Been waiting all day for Sunday Night Football. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it, live right here on YouTube to stay up to date. So, like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below once more. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a Steeler victory here this evening for the second time on Sunday Night Football in 3 weeks. They'll play in primetime once again next week against the New York Football Giants, but tonight against the goddamn New York Jets. So once again, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in Kenner tub form, shakers, Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, second-hand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. So when you go check that out, if that doesn't interest you, as I always say, you might as well be what the title says, and then also be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. So, NFL Sunday Night Football with the New York Jets and black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers in prime time to end this Week 7 Sunday, as we had the Broncos and Saints kick off the week on Thursday Night Football. Had another London game this morning. From 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Here we are, Sunday Football, before doubleheader tomorrow night on Monday night. We'll recap all that, preview next week as well, so stay tuned. But we're about a half hour away or so from kickoff as Football Night in America on NBC continues. No weather in the area, so we won't have a weather delay like we did 2 weeks ago on Sunday with the Steelers hosting the Dallas Cowboys. As Pittsburgh ended up losing their second straight game, another 3-point loss. They won last week to get to 4-2 at the Raiders. The Jets are 2-4. They've been making some moves as of late. We'll get into that in a minute, but with a lot going on in the sport, with all the injuries, and all the storylines you could obviously get into with these two teams. Obviously, you still got to go out and, play football. So we're going to dive into everything, but just, throughout the course of the next 60 minutes of football, the next three and a half hours or so in real time, we'll see who comes out on top and who's winning and who's losing this game. As the Steelers do lead the all-time series 20-7 against Gangrene, but the Jets have won 3 of the last 4 over the past decade. So, obviously that's why they play the game. That was then, this is now. We'll see what happens. But the 45th and hopefully soon to be 47th president of the good old United States of America, Donald J. Trump, will be in attendance this evening as he's making the rounds in the Commonwealth, the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, and has been, but continues to show up and hold rallies inside, outside, as he was at the airport in Latrobe last night. Actually put in a shift at McDonald's earlier today, and now he'll be in attendance this evening. So with that being said, yeah, I'd like to place an order. I would like 2 hamburgers, extra pickle, 10-piece McNugget, large fry and a drink, please, and thank you. And we'll see if obviously we can make America great again. I know we don't talk politics on here, but there you go with that. And hopefully the Steelers can beat the Jets once again, and for the first time in 8 years. Like I said, they've lost 3 of the last 4, but just should be a good game. Honestly, should be. As the Steelers this evening as well, I might add, hence the hat. They are going to honor and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 1974 team with the Super Bowl IX victory over the Minnesota Vikings. So they'll be wearing throwback uniforms with the block numbers for the black and gold, old school gray face mask, I might add, as well. And the Steelers, wearing these throwback uniforms, have never lost while they've worn. So keep that in mind for what it's worth. But yeah, the Steelers are going to honor the 1974 Super Bowl IX team for the 50th anniversary, as we'll be marching in back down to New Orleans for Super Bowl 59 come February. And that's where at Tulane Stadium, the Steelers beat the Vikings to win Super Bowl IX. Obviously now at the Superdome, but yeah, the Steelers are going to honor them this evening, as it was Alumni Weekend, as they'll take on the Jets. As mentioned, the Jets are 2-4, coming off of making some moves. They fired their head coach, Robert Saleh. They recently just traded for wide receiver Devontae Adams from the Raiders, who the Steelers played at last week. Obviously, he did not play. That would have been something if so, because then obviously they'd have to play against him in back-to-back weeks, which, you'd only really see that come, late in the season from the last week of the regular season to the playoffs, if that would happen. But obviously these two teams are in the AFC East, AFC North. This is actually the Steelers' home crossover AFC game because they don't play the East this year. Obviously, they play the West. And then they went to Indy a few weeks ago for the crossover road game in the AFC. And now they'll get the Jets here at home. The crossover extra add-in game was at Atlanta week 1. So they do play, not the AFC East, but they do play the NFC East, as obviously they've already played the Cowboys, lost them a few weeks ago on Sunday Football. They'll host the Giants in a few weeks, or actually next Monday night, excuse me. And then they'll go to Washington and take on the Skins in a few weeks after the bye week. And then they'll go to Philly before Christmas. But we'll get into all that a little bit later on. Obviously, you got to take care of business this evening against the Jets. That's who's on the schedule. It's 1-0. So, like I said, the Jets are 2-4. Pittsburgh's 4-2. Honestly, probably should be 5-1, 6-0, as I've stated recently. They got out to a 3-0 start, went to Atlanta, went to Denver and won, beat the Chargers at home, and then a 3-point loss at Indy, and then a 3-point loss against the Dallas Cowboys, and then they, beat the Raiders last week. And like I said, through all those games up until now, and we'll continue to say, the main thing with the Steelers here in 2024 right now is turnovers. Whether they're turning it over and then losing because of it, or getting turnovers defensively and not capitalizing off of them. Last week they got turnovers defensively and capitalized those into points, 16 to be exact, and won by 19. Whereas the 2 3-point losses, you had 2 turnovers and you lose by 3, and then you get turnovers, you don't do anything with it, and you lose by 3. But they got back to their winning ways last week. They're 4-2, like I said, probably should be 5-1, if not 6-0. The Chiefs for the last unbeaten now. They're 6-0. They just won a little bit ago. But everybody else in the NFL has at least 1, if not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 losses at this rate. So, like I said, tonight's game should be good. The Jets offense, with Aaron Rodgers slinging it. He's only, as the starter of the Green Bay Packers and now the New York Jets in his second year, obviously Pittsburgh in the AFC, Green Bay in the NFC. only would meet it every couple years, and then he would either be playing or he wouldn't be because he'd be hurt. And then now in the second year in New York, obviously they didn't play last year. They played the year prior, but obviously he wasn't there. Zach Wilson still was. And they came in and beat the Steelers. Like I said, the last time the Steelers beat the Jets was 8 years ago in 2016. And a lot of stuff from 8 years ago is seemingly repeating itself. So hopefully that trend continues. And more than just sports, as mentioned earlier. Former President and hopefully soon to be President Donald J. Trump in attendance this evening. And blue and white, sitting pretty, undefeated, with hopes as we'll move down the stretch, the final month of the regular season. But I'll digress. Anyways, you got the Jets offense with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Obviously, he's hurt all last year, and season went down the drain week 1. They sort of did make a late run, late last year, and then there was talks, okay, is he coming back or not? Obviously, he didn't. And then, to start this year off, a little rocky, to say the least. As they have some high hopes in a short window to win. But obviously, the Jets just, like in Big Daddy, they're the goddamn New York Jets. Like, good God, they haven't made the playoffs in 15 years, for God's sakes. These two teams have had some good playoff matchups, I might add. 20 years ago in overtime, and then the AFC Championship game, and Pittsburgh's own Joe Willie Namath did win Super Bowl III with the Jets, but then he went to the Rams, and then obviously didn't have much success. Look at Rodgers, in Green Bay, and now he's with the Jets, and it's that second, third team potentially. Grass ain't always greener on the other side there, buddy. It has been for a few, but not everybody. It doesn't always, work out in your favor. So we'll see what Rodgers is bitching about or blaming this or that against whoever else, other than taking accountability and whatnot for himself during the game, after the game, so on and so forth. But no doubt about it, he's a good quarterback. Did beat the Steelers in Super Bowl 45, I might add. But, their offense has potential. Their defense is good. Hassan Reddick will be reporting tomorrow. Obviously, so he's not going to play tonight. Hasn't suited up all year because he's been holding out after he got traded. Holding out for a new contract, let alone get traded again for that matter. But with Rodgers at quarterback, he's getting up there in age, obviously, so health is one of the main things with him. But they have a two-headed monster in the backfield. Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, rookie out of Wisconsin. Some Midwest running backs from Iowa State and up there in Camp Randall who can run the football. It's really up front with the offensive line, which we're going to get into a discussion about that too with the Pittsburgh Steelers here shortly. With the quarterback situation for the black and gold. But Rodgers has Garrett Wilson to throw the football to, the Lizard, a former Packer teammate of his, and Alan Lazard, and now another former Packer wide receiver used to throw the football to a lot, in Devontae Adams. So the Jets, they fired Robert Saleh, and ended up losing after they did that last week on Monday Night Football to the Buffalo Bills. Came up just short. And then Rodgers blamed Mike Williams. So he's going to be on the outs. Pittsburgh obviously still interested in him, because they know about it. They need a fucking wide receiver. Another one, at least, to open up this offense a little bit. Running game's there, the defense is there. Like I said, with the offensive line for Pittsburgh and the quarterback situation. And, we'll get into it, but probably, you think about it, not a hell of a lot's going to change other than potentially the deep ball. But we'll see how this, Jets offense rolls tonight against the Steeler defense. So I'll leave it at that. I feel like Devontae Adams, as he is going to play tonight, he is active, will be suiting up for the first time as a Jet. That he's going to be more of a decoy, I think, than anything else. He could have a decent game. I'm not going to say he's not going to, but I feel like even with his, hamstring injury he had in Vegas, has been out recently, and then, move on to the Jets, and now he's all of a sudden better. And he has history, has chemistry with Rodgers. I'm not saying he's not going to have a couple of catches or anything like that, but I feel like more of a decoy. It's going to open up somebody else, so the Steelers defense is going to have to cover. So obviously we'll see what happens, because who knows what Adams, his workload is going to be. Like I said, coming off that, in quotes, hamstring injury, and then the trade. But Pittsburgh, like I said, they're 4-2. Should be probably 5-1, 6-0. But because of turnovers, obviously they're not. And now, from Justin Fields, the Steelers, and it seems like Mike Tomlin was the lone wolf and made the call himself, and switching to Russell Wilson. So seemingly Russ will be playing this evening and be starting. But that doesn't mean we're not going to see both quarterbacks. So I'll leave that at that for the time being. But because Fields has played well, I thought he has. And I've said, all season long, even though, Russ was named the starter and then he got hurt and, has been the emergency third-string quarterback if needed, they're going to run with Fields until the wheels fell off. And obviously in their eyes, that's happened, but it does feel like more so of they want to open up this playbook a little bit more. Like I said, deep shots, mobility with the offensive line, though, I think is going to be the main thing with the quarterback switch. I'm not saying Russ ain't mobile, because he is, but the way the line is and all the injuries up front, and Fields has been making plays with his legs, and then Russ, throughout his career, regardless where he's been and regardless how good he's played or the offense has played or the team's played, he has taken a lot of sacks. So obviously continue to run the football, played Steeler defense, but it looks like Russell Wilson's going to get the start at quarterback this evening, as the former Seahawk and Bronco signed back in March in the 4-1-2, the black and gold. He got hurt during training camp, returned, played a little bit in the preseason, was named the starter going into the regular season, but then re-aggravated the injury and hasn't played since. He's practiced, but he hasn't played in the actual game. Regular season-wise, since before Christmas last year, and let alone those being meaningful snaps, yes, but overall game since mid-August in the preseason. And like I said, he's from the injury, played a little bit through it. They might have rushed him back. Who knows? Re-aggravates it, hasn't played, been the emergency third-string quarterback. He did back up last week, didn't play though. And then it went from practicing for the past couple weeks to being in consideration to play, and then leaks, miscues, not supposed to say this, not supposed to say that. That, like I said, it looks like Russ will start for the first time as a member of the black and gold this evening. As we're about 10 or so minutes away from kick. We'll hear Carrie Underwood here shortly, as the Lowe's home team are going to get us some materials to hopefully put a win together tonight. So, big game. Big game. So, yeah, like I said, I thought Fields played well, and, stayed all season, even with Russ being the starter. Injuries happen. There's been a lot of those around the NFL. We know that. But then you insert Fields in the lineup because he's the other quarterback. They're both on one-year deals, I might add. Okay. So we'll see what happens in the future. But that they were going to run with Fields, figuratively and literally, until the wheels fall off. And like I said, in their eyes, obviously, that's happened. Even though they are 4-2, they've helped them out with the running game. Najee Harris had 100 yards last week. Before that, even though he had one bad game a couple weeks ago, he's averaged 20 carries and 75 yards a game, for God's sakes. Obviously Warren still getting worked in, coming off of his injury and a new system. And then, Patterson has shown some signs, but he's inactive once again tonight, been out now for a few weeks. But they helped out Fields with the running game and the defense. And then obviously relying on Chris Boswell and special teams unit. But it backtracks and circles around to the turnovers. One play at a time, yes. As Russell Wilson's expected to make his first start for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight. But, yeah, exactly. It's turnovers. Because the two losses, both by 3 points, like I said, it was turning over, you lose by 3, you get turnovers, you can't do anything off of them, you lose by 3. So don't turn it over, capitalize. Long story short. So with all that being said, and Russ seemingly going to start, and like I said, both as of right now too, they're both on one-year deals. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see both of them tonight, let alone whether that be one in one play, one in another, both on the same play for that matter. It is what it is. Obviously you want the best players to play. You want to win. You want to score points. You just overall want to beat whoever the hell you're playing. You want to get another win in the win column. That's what matters. Okay? I don't care who the hell's playing. But it just seems like this ain't normally what Pittsburgh would be doing. So, obviously we'll see what happens. But Fields did state, I might add, and this is, and I quote, Justin Fields, I don't think I played good enough to deserve keeping the starting role. So take that for what it's worth, as you may. Because it seems like because Russell Wilson was signed before they traded for Justin Fields, which remember, they traded for Justin Fields because Kenny Pickett threw a bitch fit, and they traded his ass to Philly, and then, they gave up draft compensation to the Bears for Fields, which that also could factor into why Fields might not be playing as much as, he has, because it's a 6th round to a 4th round if he plays 51% or more of the snaps this season. But it just overall seems like because Russ was named the starter before he got hurt, that they're still going to grant him that, give him that. He has veteran experience. He's won a lot of games. He's won a Super Bowl, for God's sakes. Should have too. If he did, he'd still be in Seattle. He wouldn't even went to Denver, and he sure as hell wouldn't be in Pittsburgh. But it's also probably, the big stick waving his sword around like, hey, remember me? Like, I'm still here. And I'm healthy now. So, as I've said, though, too, it's a good problem to have. It is. But at the same point in time, you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have 1. So it's a win-win, lose-lose situation. So hopefully they can figure it out. So, like I said, you still just want to score points and win. That's the main thing. So, with all that being said, we'll see what's different, here this evening. if anything at all. Honestly, probably not a hell of a lot, if I'd have to guess. If anything, it's probably, like I said, going to be the deep ball more than anything else. But like I said, we'll see. Both quarterbacks, you think about it, Russ coming from Seattle to Denver, that didn't work out. Now he's in Pittsburgh on a 1-year prove-it deal. Name the starter, gets hurt, coming back. Fields is playing well, sort of gets pulled. They both should have chips on their shoulders. They should. But now with the offensive line, that's where my concern comes into play. Up front with all the injuries. From Nate Herbig at center, to Troy Fatanu at tackle, to James Daniels at right guard. They're all injured, out for the season. Okay? And then Zach Frazier goes down last week with an ankle injury. He's inactive tonight. So, yeah, you put in Russ now. Like I said, he's mobile, but he's not as mobile as Justin Fields. Obviously with age, obviously with the sack history, like I said, Fields would have that. I'm not saying Russ can't run, but Fields would have that extra pep in his step to make a play. Whereas Russ potentially might be taking a few sacks tonight. I'm not saying Fields hasn't, because he has. And he's getting better at that, though, with trying to get rid of the football, as quick as he possibly can when there's pressure. So it's the offensive line. But even with all that adversity, I think they've adjusted and played pretty well as of late. You have the injuries, but, it is what it is. So does everybody else. You got to play through it. That's why you have 53 on the active roster, a practice squad, and as plug and play, it's next man up mentality. So with all that being said, like I said, I still think very well we could see both quarterbacks. Like I said, whether that be one in one play, one another, both on the same play, like some sort of special package. But regardless of who's taking the snaps, don't turn it over. All right? We're not getting Carrie Underwood. No, I've been waiting all day for Sunday night. Okay, here we go. They gave a little intro to the intro before the actual intro. So, Sunday Night Football in the Steel City. Jets, Steelers, and like I said, should be a good game. The Jets are favored by 2.5, over under about 40. But you got a couple quarterbacks on new teams, who have history against one another on their old teams. How many times did the Packers and Seahawks face off, and that game was down to the wire, and was determining who's advancing in the playoffs at the time. And I mean, like I said, it boils down to it's probably still going to be your typical Pittsburgh Steelers game. It's going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be one score, and something's got to give. So, yeah, we've been waiting all day for Sunday night. Special teams has been a factor today. Mixture of a little bit of everything score-wise. But just Pittsburgh run the football and play Steeler defense. Help out whoever is playing quarterback and don't turn the football over. And if you get turnovers on defense, you got to capitalize off of them, okay? You got to score. Settle for 3 every once in a while, but you got to score touchdowns. And like I said, if Russ is playing, I think the difference is going to be the deep ball. They're going to take some fucking shots. So, from the point to Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, on the shore, and here come the black and gold. And yeah, TJ Watt on one side, Alex Highsmith active this evening for the first time since week 3. He's missed the past few weeks. Good to have him back. Obviously, Herbig still out with his injury behind Highsmith. But they've gotten by, and yeah, a lot of storylines with both these teams. So obviously still got to play football at the end of the day. That's what it boils down to. And like I said, probably still going to be your typical Pittsburgh Steelers football game. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe, social media, links in the description below. But yeah, regardless of who's taking the snaps, move the ball, pick up first downs, run it, pass it, keep the defense on their heels, get them rocking back and forth. Okay? Just don't turn the ball over. If you get turnovers, you got to score off of it. That's what the season's been thus far. Turnovers with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And from 4-2 to 5-1, 6-0 for God's sakes. So, like I say, continue to run it. Play Steeler defense, throw on balls when needed. Just score fucking points, please, and thank you. And yeah, typical Steeler game. Close, down to the wire. But what's new? We've seen it how many fucking times before. And we're going to continue to see it because it's just who they are. So, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. And Russ is making the entrance by himself out of the tunnel. They're giving offensive introductions this evening. So he's obviously getting the fucking start. But like I said, I still think we're going to see Fields. They might run a double pass. They might get Fields in on the run game a little bit. But just don't do anything stupid, you know? Seriously, don't do anything stupid. And obviously we'll see how this game plays out. So yeah, talk about the injuries. Highsmith's back. Herbig's still out. Cordell Patterson's still out. As is Roman Wilson, DeMonte KZ, and then Zach Frazier, as mentioned, as well. So we'll see what the offensive line looks like. But let's let Aaron Rodgers know that the hangman's coming fourth quarter. All right? And like I said, just don't do anything stupid. You got to get pressure. You got to get turnovers. You know, stop the run. Force Rodgers to beat you. You know, if he beats you, he beats you. But with Adams down the lineup, like I said, I feel like he's going to be more of a decoy than anything else. He might have a couple catches, might have a decent game. But even with the history and the chemistry they have, like, it's been a while. So it's going to take some time potentially to get back to that. But yeah, let Rodgers know the hangman's coming. But then even then, like I said, the caring he is anymore, getting grouchy in his old age, he's probably going to try to, blame it on somebody else and not take responsibility and accountability. Really, you look at it, behind the scenes, he probably is calling some fucking shots. Like, this is more Aaron Rodgers' team than is anything else. They traded for him. That's where he went. Pulling a Brett Favre, so now all he has to do is go to the Vikings, and then steal some money. But forget that. Anyways, just obviously nothing to joke around about in that regard. But still, just Favre's had a good career, won one Super Bowl. Rodgers had a good career, won another Super Bowl. And well, as good as those Packer teams were, and then, they both go to the Jets. And then they, aren't that good, after the fact. Like I said, the grass ain't always green on the other side. It's not. It's green because of all the shit, and it's fertilizer. And it's growing and growing and growing. So it boils down to be careful what you wish for, because it might actually just fucking happen. But the Jets got a lot of problems. He's one of them, if not the main one. But, we'll see how the Steeler defense fares against them this evening. And just like I said, turnovers. Don't turn it over, capitalize off of them. And then, all time, it's 20-7 Pittsburgh. But the Jets, have won 3 of the last 4, dating back a decade. So how do they turn the tide this evening? Stay in the win column. Get on a 2-game winning streak. Even though you should probably be undefeated. But because turnovers, once again, they're not. So I'll shut up. Leave it at that. will kick off as Batman, Michael Keaton, giving us the intro. Obviously, Beetlejuice just came out, but yeah. So, pressure on them, not yourself. You know, just get the job done. That's really all I wanted to say. Enjoy the game. He says, enjoy the game. And walks off. Dun, 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 dun. So, I mean, Gotham City is New York, right? You know? And you just have Batman, Michael Keaton, who's from Pittsburgh, and the Steelers. Hopefully, gonna put the Joker, the Riddler, Mr. Freeze, fill in the blank with whatever fucking Batman character you want. And put them in their fucking place, you know? Like, Adams might have very well came to Pittsburgh, might have very well went elsewhere. Like, obviously, they want to try to succeed, have success. I mean, you got to give them credit for trying. But then it's putting it together. So, looks like the Jets are on the kickoff. So Pittsburgh's going to be back deep to receive. And we're going to see potentially Russell Wilson starting this game tonight for the black and gold. So, leave it at that. And then, as always, we'll have stats and scores. We'll recap college football, preview college football, recap the NFL, preview next week in the league as well for Week 8 before the Steelers host the Giants, the other New York football team, next Monday night. But here on Sunday Night Football, they're hosting the Jets. And here we go, Steelers, here we go. So, yeah, Jets on to kickoff, right to left. Steelers on to receive, vice versa, left to right, across the television screen, radio and audio dial. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. They take a knee in the end zone for a touchback, and here's the Steeler offense, and it is Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers, the former NC State, Wisconsin quarterback, third-round pick out of Seattle, won the Super Bowl. If they would have given the ball to Marshawn Lynch, he'd have 2 and probably still be in the Northwest. In Denver the past 2 years, but now on a 1-year prove-it deal. In Pittsburgh, he's been injured. He's now healthy, and he's getting the start, and he's under center, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 30, out of the eye. Motion man is Jefferson. They'll hand off Najee Harris, and he gets 3 yards in the cloud of dust up the middle, 5 seconds in. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. But it's still the sack issue. And with the Steeler offensive line the way it is with all the injuries, so 2nd and 6 officially. They'll fake the give to Najee. Wilson gonna dump it off. Darnell Washington for a first down, and he gets to midfield, 1st and 10. So his Georgia Bulldogs picked up a big win last night at Texas. We'll get into that game a little bit later on, but typical just play action. And he had a tight end open on a post deep, and he'd probably be running down the sideline from the 49, 1st and 10. But hey, 2 plays, a good 20 yards, and a new set of downs. Hand off again to Najee, and stiff arm, and he gets 5, 10, and he's still going 15, a good 18-yard run. 1st and 10. and getting a spark early. And he tells the ref, hey, first down. Nice cut. A couple missed tackles by the Jet D. And he never stepped out. Keep fucking pounding it. Keep running it. Out of the gun is Russell Wilson. He's got Dan Moore and Broderick Jones as his tackles. Out of the gun and gets a snap and dives for a yard, as he probably should have been sacked. But Oos is back at left guard. They got McCollum at center with Frazier out. You know, they're down to the third string center basically, because remember Herbig went down. And then they got the rookie Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State at right guard. So Freiermuth in motion, giving the ball down the middle of the field. But handoff Jalen Warren, and he gets maybe 2-3 yards if he's lucky. So third down coming up. See if they can convert. If not, at least get a couple yards. You're going to be right there on the cusp of field goal range for Boswell. Obviously, we know how he can kick. So you're looking at right now like probably a 50-yard field goal or so. Well, actually, they're inside of the 30, the 28. So not on the outside of the 30 like I thought it was. 3rd and 5. Trips in a bunch near side, out of the gun, gets a snap, rolls out, and throws out of bounds, incomplete. So here comes Boswell for a field goal, 28, 38, 45, 46-yarder. Go up 3-0 here, a couple minutes in. And then we'll see the Jet offense with Steeler defense getting after him. So, yeah, like I said, even with all the injuries, the offensive line, I thought they've adjusted well the past 2 games. They've played through it. You know, they still run the ball well. So it's just him taking sacks. Fields is not yet been seen, but Russ does drive the Steeler offense with a couple of decent runs. Play action pass. They get in field goal range. Boswell. Field goal good, so the Steelers lead 3-0. We'll pull up some stats. Thanks once again for tuning in and watching. Russ on that opening drive, officially 1 of 2, 15 yards with a completion. Darnell Washington for first down. Najee Harris, 2 carries, 22 yards. And Boswell's field goal good from 46. So the Steelers lead the Jets 3-0 with 11.5 to play in the opening quarter. So those are first drive, stats and scores. We'll get into first half stats and scores, final stats and scores. Same old, normally is here on the channel for live stream for football. So just once again, thanks for tuning in. And watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great, appreciate it. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And yeah, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. But see how the defense now fares against the Jet offense. And from, like I said, Robert Saleh getting fired, Jeff Ulbrich, the interim. They lost on Monday night at home last week to the Bills in the AFC East, and now are in Pittsburgh in primetime once again. Pittsburgh will host the Giants in primetime next Monday night. We'll get into that game later because there's some info I got to let everybody know about that. So stay tuned. But Then they trade for Devontae Adams. The history, the chemistry Rodgers and him have, how do they fare tonight? Like I said, is Adams going to have a decent game? What's his workload following an injury in the trade? So-called injury, if you will. I mean, Hammy's a hammy, but at the same point in time, he never played. After it, back again with the Raiders, they traded him to the Jets. And, how did everybody else in the league let this happen? That's basically the thing. Just like, a few other teams getting this player or that player throughout history. But is it going to be what it has been with Rodgers and Adams, or first game tonight is Adams going to be a decoy and then it opens up something to somebody else? I feel it's going to be more so the latter than anything, but we'll see. Kickoff, return, 23-yard line, so 1st and 10, Jets. From there, with Aaron Rodgers leading the pack. I mean, you might as well call the New York Jets the New York Packers. So 11:28 to play in this first quarter. Steelers lead Jets 3-0. And New York has a 1st and 10 to the 22-yard line, and they'll start out of the pistol. Rodgers gets a snap. Pass far side, incomplete, intended for Devontae Adams. So hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. Heard footsteps, incomplete, 2nd and 10. So obviously Steelers drive, score. We'll see the Jets do here, but at some point in time, it's going to be, all right, settle down, relax on both sides. Everybody settles into the game, and then, we go from there. Because, yeah, there's potential that there might be some scoring tonight. It still feels like it's going to be that low-scoring defensive showdown. Typical Steeler game, one-score game down the wire, and, they got to get a stop. But a couple yards up the middle, Jets have the 3rd down here, 3 plays in. Pressure, turnover, capitalize off of it. Say it all night. And they bring 4 on the pressure. And down goes Rodgers on the sack. Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Obanjobi says, obviously not today, but Rodgers likes to go on his darkness retreats. Well, the Jets, they might not have their Luke Skywalker to go up against Darth Vader yet, so back to the dark side goes Aaron Rodgers. And the Jets retreat to 4th and 15, and they'll punt to begin the game, under 10 to play. Oh, they could have blocked that. He took fucking forever to kick it. And fair catch signal for by Calvin Austin, the 3rd of the Pittsburgh Steelers on the punt return, the 36-yard line. So that's where they'll set up shop, 1st and 10 when we return. I'm telling you, pressure, whether it's up the middle, off the edge, just piss them off, Like oh God, we're not even Halloween yet, and they're already fucking running Christmas commercials. Which the Steelers play at home on Christmas against the Kansas City Chiefs. And it'll be on Netflix, I might add. So that's what this is. We're going to huddle up for a new tradition. For the NFL on Netflix Christmas Day. Yeah, Chiefs, Steelers. And then there's another game. But, like I said, just piss fucking Rodgers off. Like, Might not be a good thing in the long run, you know, because he might be too pissed off and then he might make a play and fucking beat you. But like I said, force pressure on him. Like they've been smiling all week since this trade's happened. Like, all right, it's the best thing since sliced bread. Make them start going back and going back and going back. You know, make them set in their ways. Make them just, like I said, piss them off. Just keep getting pressure. But then you got to do something off of that, you know? Like, you got to feed off that energy. You're home with the crowd for one. Like, it's overall, put it fucking to them. Put them in their place. You know, shut them the fuck up. You know, because obviously, I've said with the Steeler quarterback situation, I've been sick and tired of talking about it. And then they, you know, go to us now, even though they're 4-2. You know, it leads them to a field goal drive. We'll see what happens here coming up after the punt. But I think the league and all the fans will be fucking happy if, you know, Rodgers, because he thinks it's all fine and dandy, they're going to get back to who they were. No, fucking turn him into a meme again. What's he going to be talking about? Who's he going to be blaming after tonight? Like, seriously. So, like I said once again, grass ain't always green on their side. But similar situation with Favre, you know, because they drafted Rodgers. They drafted Love. Whether he wanted out, whether he got pushed out, you know, like Green Bay moves on, they move on, but then it's good to bad in the long run, and you still got to play, you know? Like, they just want to shut everybody up, you know, for their sake. We want to shut them up for our sake, as the Steelers are on the screen. Jalen Warren gets about 4 or 5 yards to the 40, 41, depending on the spot. So second down coming up, but, you know. There's Fields on the sideline. He's ready to go if needed. He's backing up Wilson tonight. Kyle Allen, the emerged third-string quarterback, if they need to go to him. Which, remember, 2 weeks ago on Sunday Night Football, Fields was hurt for a couple plays. In came Kyle Allen. Big pass down the middle. Fields comes back in. They score. I'm sure they have something planned to use both of them. Whether it's soon, whether it's later, whether it's sometime in between, who knows? We're just going to have to see. Like, and really, if think about it, Wilson never got hurt. Fields probably wouldn't have started for the first 6 games. It would be Russ, and then, well, are they 4-2? Are they 2-4? Anywhere in between there? Do they go to Fields then? You know, like, perspective. But shit happens. It is what it is. You play through it. 3rd and a long one, and they'll work out of an empty set. Jesus Christ. Get up on her fucking center and hand it off. And Wilson going to roll out near side, and it'll be caught and dropped by Austin. 4th down. It looks like they're going to punt and play field position. You're right around midfield. It's too early. Hit him deep. Like, caught it, dropped it. Yeah, that's what I said. It's going to be a little bit here probably until everybody settles down, settles into the game, and, you know, we play from there. Because there is a lot of energy. But he's still going to play. Waitman on to punt. Fair catch by the Jets. Muffed it. And, it went out of bounds. You gotta be kidding me. Because then you'd be set up, what? 1st and 10 inside the red zone, knocking on the door. Yeah, fair catch, but he muffed it at the 12. And Pittsburgh was right there, but it rolled out of bounds, so the Jets will maintain possession. And they'll have a 1st and 10 when we come back. It's 3-0 Steelers. Man, that's a close call right there, man. So.
We could have made America's all-time best-selling SUV and called it a day. But you still have unknown paths to go down, unnamed hills to climb, and unknown territory to navigate. So, we gave it an available 400 horsepower engine. It's up to you what you do with that power. The new 2025 Ford Explorer. It's all in the name.
We are. Yeah, Penn State goes to Wisconsin next Saturday night, and I'll have live play-by-play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. And then the Steelers host the Giants next Monday night, and we'll get into that discussion a little bit later on. But 1st and 10, Jets now from the 18. Catch and break, Steelers not able to. Muff the punt, went out of bounds. They maintained possession. Handoff, they stuff them, no gain. Ogunjobi again. Oh, come on. You're going to really throw a flag on that. Or get him for a late hit. Because he sort of already tackled him, and then they, continue to tackle him after the whistle. And so now personal foul on the defense, and boos. Yeah, rightfully so. Like, seriously, come on. I mean, they got to know better, but they don't need to be fucking calling that. So, I mean, I get it. But still, there's no need for it on both sides. For them to even do it, but then the refs to call it. Because just let them fucking play. Because then it's just going to turn into a game they're throwing a fucking penalty on every fucking play then. 1st and 10 from the 32. But they got to throw it to, try to control the game. I get it. Rodgers dumps it off. But they're just giving them, free yards, and, they get the midfield on a simple screen because you can't tackle, and now they got a 1st and 10 at the 50. Yeah, too many missed tackles. So 1st and 10 from midfield. And pass complete, Devontae Adams, and 8, maybe 9 yards. 2nd and short. So, telling you, pressure by the defense. And Rodgers will hand off out of the gun. They wrap him up in the backfield. Elliott and T.J. Watt. So 3rd and still manageable for the Jets, but not 3rd and short. Keep him out of field goal range. Yeah, keep him out of field goal range. So 3rd and 4 empty. And pump fakes. Pass complete. Lazard, he's short. Even though he reached, he's short. They'll say 4th down. That's a good spot. Yep. So, Jets going to go for it. Come on, defense. Good stop. they got to challenge and review it. Now they're rolling on the field's a first down. So they'll move the sticks. Reset the play clock again. First and 10, New York from the 40. And dump off on a quick screen. More missed tackles. That's a block in the back. I mean, come on. You're going to throw a penalty on us. You got to call it both ways. You got to call it down the middle. Because if not, you know, obviously there's hell to pay. I'm going to be all pissed off. As I said, somebody's going to be open because somebody, you know, because there's too many to cover. Yep. Trips far side, another screen. Just quick, short passes. And they're either wrapping them up right away or they're missing tackles and giving up first downs. So they get a first down, or, on first down there. They get a yard, so second down. So second down. Bubble screen complete. Garrett Wilson. More missed tackles. First down. And then he's pushed out of bounds. Yeah, the short, quick passes, like I said, they're either wrapping them up right away or they're doing that and missing tackles and they're getting first downs left and right. Because they're stopping the run thus far. You know, so obviously you're going to get tired here before too long. It keeps up because you're just running all over the place, and then they'll, you know, run the ball. Normally it's they'll run the ball and then pass, but they're passing and run. Missed tackles, and the Jets walk in, touchdown. God damn. Got to wrap them up. That's why I said you still got to play football at the end of the day with everything going on. You still got to tackle, especially in the open field. You got to wrap them up. You just can't let them run by you. I mean, that's just good blocking out front, but you still got to tackle them. So here's the extra point. Jets to go up 7-3 with 2:27 to play in the first. Kick's good, so it is 7-3. Breece Hall with the rushing touchdown to give the Jets the lead. So, just that's frustrating. Very, very frustrating. So we'll get back to it here shortly. But now we'll see how the Steelers can respond. You know, get a drive going, go kick a field goal, cut it again to 1, score, take another lead, and then it might be back and forth for all you know. Obviously, they're going to have to get some stops. They're not going to be able to allow that to happen all game, because if so, it's going to be a long night. But yeah, that's just frustrating. But what can you do? What can you do? So we'll see how they get back to it. And then we'll go from there. But Rodgers 6 of 7, 58 yards. Wilson 2 of 4, 19 yards. But Brees Hall with a rushing touchdown from 13 yards out. Those quick passes. Okay, so they're passing, they're throwing to run. Normally everybody runs to throw. They're doing the opposite, and then, like I said, defense is gonna be worn out, and they're not gonna be able to stop the run by the looks of it, because that's what happened. But we'll see what happens. And there is the 45th and hopefully soon to be 47th president of the good old United States of America, Donald J. Trump, in attendance. So I'm sure security's tight. But let's make America great again, and the Steelers to win tonight, along with a lot of more football games the rest of the season, into the playoffs and into February. Get back to the good old American way, if you will. Common sense, and the Steelers winning a lot of football games. 1st and 10 from the 30. Wilson out of the gun. And a incompletion far side. No call on that. Maybe a little defensive hold, but see, now the refs aren't calling it down the middle. They're not calling it both ways. It's one-sided. Only one penalty thus far, but still one-sided. They wanted Pickens on a comeback. I mean, come on. How's that not a penalty? That's more of a hold than the fucking penalty that was called in the Georgia-Texas game last night, for God's sakes. 2nd and 10 from the 30. Wilson up under center. And they'll toss Najee Harris near side, but he's going to lose 3 yards, and they got a 3rd and 13 coming up. God damn. Now they're going backwards. They're not in manageable situations. You know, drive's going to probably stall here, and you're going to go 3 and out and punt, and they're going to get the ball back already with a lead, and pressure's on your defense to make stop. But what's the hell? So an empty set from the 28. Wilson going to roll out, and it's incomplete. Intended for Freiermuth. So they'll punt. So the question is, you talk about leashes. How short or how long is the leash? If you know, you know. But like I said, it's up front. It's the injuries on the offensive line. It's making the change. It's, you know, it boils down to why fix it if it ain't broken? You know, other than promises. Another fumble on a punt return, but it goes out of bounds again, so they luck out. Or else the Jets could have had, you know, not 7 points. Pittsburgh has a 3-0 lead, maybe a little bit more than that, because they have, you know, a couple turnovers and short fields and, you know, points off of it. So we'll see how the defense can get a stop. from the 21, 1st and 10. Rodgers up under center with a lead. They're going to run the football. They toss near side, and they wrap him up in the backfield. Dante Jackson on the tackle. 2nd and 11.
Mike, we've seen Devontae Adams down here coaching Garrett Wilson on the sidelines. Adam told us he wants to help make Wilson great. And Wilson told me he grew up a huge Adams fan. Something Adams is well aware of. Starting in middle school, Adams was the receiver he watched, he tried to emulate. And Wilson said it was always his dream to play at this level.
So 2nd down. About a minute to play in the first. 7-3 Jets. They got the ball. Rodgers out of the gun. Play clock winding down. 3, 2, 1. They get the snap off. Down the middle. High. Incomplete. 3rd down and 11 coming up. So let's see the defense get a stop. So 3rd and 11. Go route incomplete. So they'll go 3 and out and punt as well. So these defenses now have cracked down a little bit. So Pittsburgh going to get the ball back. Still only down 4, 7-3 here under a minute to play in the first. There you go. Penn State on Ohio State. Jets on to punt. And, they almost blocked the punt again. Telling you, they might get to him. Austin on the punt return. Gets tackled right away. So they'll have a 1st and 10, 33, 34-yard line. Down 4, 37 seconds to play in this first quarter. Doesn't look like they're taking a break. They're just going to play here until the end of the quarter, and we'll get them the second then. So, yeah, 4 and 2, you make a change. Like, normally you don't do that. Normally it's the other way around. If you're sucking, you make a change. So I said, why fix when it ain't broken? But with, like I said, starting to begin with, promises made, open it up a little bit. You can still play Fields, but, because Fields is playing pretty good. They'll hand off there, get a couple yards, but looks like that'll do it for the first quarter. They're in no hurry to snap it again, doesn't look like. So we'll go to the end of the first. 7-3 Jets, and Pittsburgh have a 2nd and 8 to begin the second down for them. Yeah, so 3, 2, 1. 15 minutes in, the Jets lead the Steelers 7-3 on Sunday Night Football. So get back to the action shortly, but there's the Three Rivers from the Allegheny to the Monongahela to the Ohio. Pittsburgh was going towards the river. Boswell, 46-yard field goal. Now they're going to be going to the hills. So we'll see if they can run that way and score some points. But it seems like defense has cracked down. Gave up early scoring drives. But got to run the ball, got to stop the run, got to force pressure, get turnovers, not turn it over, but capitalize off of them. And I'll just take points when I can get them. Just don't do anything stupid, just fast, now slow. You got to find some balance. You got to find some momentum. You got to get some balance, some consistency. You got to get some rhythm built up and momentum on your side and then roll. So, we'll see what happens. Yeah, 7-3 at the end of 1 here at the top of the hour, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Some stats for what it's worth. We'll continue to update these throughout the game. And like I said, we're going to recap both college football and the NFL and preview both as well. 6-9, 58 yards for Aaron Rodgers. Breece Hall has a 13-yard touchdown run. Also leads the team in receiving right now as well. Russell Wilson, 2 of 6, 19 yards. Najee Harris, 4 of 22. Warren has 2 carries, 9 yards. Darnell Washington, 1 for 15. Jalen Warren, 1 of 4. So, I mean, Pickens has a target, you know, as does Freiermuth, but no catches. And then Larry Ogunjobi has a sack, but also a penalty that allowed the touchdown drive for the Jets to continue. So, alumni weekend for the Steelers. They're honoring Super Bowl 9. 50 years from 1974 to 2024. And obviously the Immaculate Reception happened 2 years prior in 72. They honored Franco and that catch in that game against the Raiders on Christmas Eve a couple years ago. Obviously Franco unexpectedly passed away just prior to that. But from the Immaculate Reception to the first Super Bowl in Steelers history, Super Bowl 9, yeah, the black and gold. What the fuck was that? That pass incomplete near side. A little knuckleball. And now here come the Boo Birds. Fields was playing well, and now you want to put Russ in because you think you can do something with it. And offense gets a field goal, but nothing sent. So we'll see. But you know, the black and gold honoring, celebrating Super Bowl 9 here tonight, wearing the throwback uniforms with the block numbers and great face mask, and the Super Bowl 9 50th anniversary patch on the jersey. That pass also incomplete. 3rd and 8 coming up. Or, excuse me, that was 3rd and 8. Now it's 4th down. And yeah. Nope. So we'll see who's in at quarterback when we come back. When the Steelers are back out on offense again. Good God. That's a hold. That's a block in the back. They almost muff another fucking punt. But fair catch signal for 1st and 10 Jets. 15 seconds into the second quarter. And they're going to keep giving Russ some chances, but that's why I said leash-wise, how short is it? Because that's why I said, why fix when it ain't broken? Rodgers trying to get the play call in. First and 10 from the 13 out of the pistol. Handoff. And a hold with the flag from behind the line of scrimmage. So it'll be coming back. 10 yards, they'll replay the down. So, yeah, they've let him play. And now they're calling it down the middle. And, yeah, replay first down.
So when you play Breece Hall, you know what they're going to do. It's outside zone. They're going to try to get you running sideways, and then there's going to be a gap, and he's going to put that foot in the ground and shoot right up the field, right? Tonight, the Pittsburgh Steelers defense has been flying to the ball. There has not been a gap. They have outside. There just hasn't been that opportunity to cut it up with big play.
1st and 16, they say officially. Obviously, half the distance. Come on, defense. Rodgers dumps it off. Wilson and Queen on the tackle.
sideline. Russell Wilson, remember, his injury was his calf. I don't know if they're just kind of keeping him warm. They gave him a heat pack over there. Or if it's something that
So, quarterback's warming up on the sideline, but see if the defense gets a stop. Get the ball back with some decent field. Oh, pressure off the edge, almost sacked, batted down by Hayward. In the end zone, the Steelers have it. TJ Watt feels like it's incomplete, though, but it might be a fumble, scoop and score for a touchdown. Okay, third down, they say, incomplete. Let's see a replay. And pressure by Highsmith, batted down by Cam. TJ picked it up just in case and recovered it in the end zone, but it's incomplete. Third down. Come on, defense. You got him pinned. And a slant over the middle caught. Adams short. Fourth down, they'll punt. Fourth and a yard from the 22. There's no way they're going for it. No way, they'll punt. Like I said, special teams today in the NFL. You had a couple kickoff punt returns for touchdowns. You had some fake punts that didn't go your way. But Steeler defense will get the stop. Offense going to get the ball back with some decent field, hopefully, and see if they can really, I mean, it's a run game regardless of who's playing quarterback. You got to help them out there. Obviously, Russ is going to have to make some fucking plays, though. Make some throws, which he really hasn't just yet. They're going to block a punt tonight, I'm telling you. They're so fucking close. Austin, fair catch 31, first and 10 Steelers. From there, 12:45 to play in the half with 3 timeouts and 2-minute warning, and they'll take commercial break. As the PA Sports Museum, the birthplace of pro football, was in Canton, Ohio. Yeah, the weather, it's fall, but it's not extremely that different just yet. I mean, it did get cold a little bit, central western Pennsylvania, this past week, especially at night. But now this week, it's going to be 60, 70, maybe fucking 80. And that's for the next good week and a half, 2 weeks potentially, into early November. So not, true football weather just yet for the Steelers, especially at home. Or in division in the North. But once again, they haven't played anybody in the North yet, The Jets tonight, Giants at home next week, Monday night. And then they go on a bye week. And then after that, right before Thanksgiving, they get in the thick of it. And then it'll be, 2-2 with the Ravens, Browns, and Bengals. And then who knows how those teams are playing then. But same thing goes for the Steelers. And with all the injuries everywhere, if I play a game, it's not on paper, it's not on the field. That's why there's upsets. But see what the offense can do. I mean, you do, but you can't a lot. With Russ, with slack, whether you're cutting it to him or just, all right, enough's enough. We'll see how long this plays out. So, yeah. Just help him out in the run game, but he's still going to have to make some throws. And they will run Najee Harris, but only a yard, so. take a fucking shot, go deep.
There for New York.
I want to
Need a
make
spark.
something really clear. Mike Tomlin basically let us know this is not a permanent anything.
Right.
This is a
Prove
Russell
it.
Wilson experiment.
Yeah.
I said, well, how long do you need? He said, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how long the experiment's going to
I'm not
last.
sure he really knew that either. He just wanted to know
That,
which
you know, they're winging it. You know, on a whim, they're trying to figure it out.
so we don't even know.
Yeah, that's what they don't know, so we don't know, and it's just the decision with making the change. Like I said, it's not something normally that they would do. That's why it's like, really, like what the hell? Like hopefully it works out, but then, like I said, once again, why fix what ain't broken? Got to hold 10 yards, I'll replay the down. So 2nd and long. As Fryermuth gets called on the hold.
You've heard from announcers. Mike Tomlin, great production meeting. Well, it is because he's so direct and he's so clear. And Chris, he said, both are capable of being our #1 quarterback. It's going to be determined on the grass. When? I don't know.
Yep.
When will we get there?
When, you don't know. Well, we'll get there. I don't know how we're getting there.
Is the Russell Wilson who they liked in OTAs?
Yeah. And then he gets hurt, and then Fields is in, and then Ross is healthy, and it's like they named him the starter already, and just
Said, if I go back to Justin, it's over. We're still
yeah, that's the thing too. Like they got to give Russ his chance, because then if they go back, yeah, Collinsworth just said they go deep. Like I said, deep ball is going to be the difference, and it's complete to Pickens, 1st down. So there you go. That'll shut everybody up for a little bit. Like I said, the deep ball earlier. If anything's changing offensively, it's the deep ball because of Russ chucking it deep. You know, play action, you get one-on-one down the sideline, down the middle, and just let it ride. So here we go. It's not go Hawks. It's not Broncos country, let's ride. It's here we go, which, you know, he's basic in those. If people would really think about it, he just fucking says the team saying. He's not making up shit on his own. He's just saying the team saying. So, handoff up the middle for 4 yards, Jalen Warren, 2nd down and 6. But like Collinsworth just said, yeah, okay, they have Fields in with Russ hurt. Go to Russ now because he's healthy. But if they go back to Fields because Russ is playing like whatever, good or bad, anywhere in between, then it's over. It's Fields from there on out, and then they don't have anybody else. I mean, yeah, you have 2 quarterbacks. When you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one, though. So that's what I said. I feel like we're going to see both of them. It's just a matter of how and when and how long this lasts, and just they're figuring out as they go. That roll out, play action, complete Darnell Washington, lowers the shoulder down to the 11-yard line. And now they'll have 8 shots to punch it in because it's not 1st and goal yet. It's going to be 1st and 10 at the 11. So, yep. And boom, down you go. You're going to be sauce. So from the 11.5, 1st and 10. And they'll run Najee Harris up the middle. And he gets 5 yards to the 6. So 2nd and 4. Or 2nd and 5, excuse me.
Longtime Steeler observers would watch all of his 4 years here, said that's the hardest he's run in the last 2, maybe all 4 years he's been here.
Totally agree. And Cordero Patterson may have inspired all of them.
Yeah. And then he got hurt. Hand off Najee Harris again, and then loses the 5 yards he just gained on the previous play. Now they got a, 3rd and 10? They blew it dead. And then, well, what's that? You called a penalty on us for after, you know, the whistle was blown. They you know, kept playing, and same thing there. And they're fighting for the ball, and they think they got it, but they don't. I mean, what's the call there? I mean, that's what you got to call it down the middle, ref. Oh, they blew it dead. 3rd and 10 from the 11. Wilson going to roll out and back of the end zone, incomplete. So they're going to have to settle for 3. So they get a deep ball, they get another play action, a decent run, but then you get down in there and then you got to settle for 3. They got to score touchdowns. Yeah, you take your points, but you got to score touchdowns at the end of the day. You can't continue to settle for 3 all damn day. They scored, 32 points last week? The most all season. But Boswell's still averaging 2-3 fucking field goals a game, for God's sakes. Whether they're scoring touchdowns or not. And that kicks up in good from 29. So 7-6, 8:20 to play in the half. Jets getting the ball back. And so the Steelers defense continue to make stops. Some stats.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food.
So they get a spark. Drive continues. Before it stalls, they get a field goal out of it. Wilson, 4 of 11, 81 yards. Naj, 8 of 25. Pickens with a 44-yard reception. Darnell Washington, 2 of 33. So, yeah, keep running some play action on the tight end. I'd like to go down the middle of the field to the tight end, though, too, if it's there. Keep taking your shots every once in a while. One every couple drives, 1 or 2 a quarter. But run the football and stop the run. And you got to make tackles on defense. They're throwing a lot of short passes, short screens. Got to wrap them up in the open field. So 7-6 Jets, 8:20 to play in the half. Here we are, NFL Week 7. We had on Thursday Night Football, the Broncos beat the Saints 33-10. Earlier today in London across the pond, the Jaguars beat the Patriots by 2 scores, 32-16. Seahawks went to Atlanta to take on the Dirty Bird Falcons, winning by 20. 34-14 Seattle with the win. Buffalo was losing early. Came back to beat the Titans at home, 34-10. The Bengals beat the now Deshaun Watson-less Browns, 21-14, as he went down with a knee Achilles injury and seemingly done for the year. The Packers won a game-winning field goal, 24-22 at home against the Houston Texans. Dolphins dropped another without Tua, losing at the Colts 16-10. Tua supposed to practice this week and might play next week, so we'll see. Lions won on a game-winning field goal as well at the Vikings, 31-29. Eagles blew out the Giants in the NFC East, 28-3. Rams beat the Raiders in LA, 20-15. Washington with a 40-7 win against the Carolina Panthers, and the Chiefs were the last unbeaten, winning at San Fran Super Bowl rematch from last year, 28-18. As the Bears and Cowboys are on byes this week, we got a Monday Night Football doubleheader tomorrow night. Ravens, Bucks, and Chargers, Cardinals. We'll preview Week 8 momentarily. But in the meantime, on the kickoff, Jets will have a 1st and 10, up 1, 7-6 here, mid-second quarter. Come on, defense. What do you got? So from the 28, 1st and 10. Rodgers out of the gun, slant over the middle, caught Devontae Adams for a first down to the 40. Jackson and Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle.
So far, you mentioned Pete Carroll. Can't go by without telling that story, right? So Oprah retires. He's looking for a job, so he's now out at the scouting combine. Ends up meeting Pete Carroll. John Schneider just hired as the GM. They start a conversation. Oprah doesn't think much is going to come of it, and he gets hired as the head coach.
Yeah, he said he got an email and it had a hotel reservation for 60 days. They said, I guess I got the job.
Hired by the head coach to be an assistant coach.
Handoff for about a yard, maybe 2 up the middle. 2nd down.
for 2 yards by Braylon Allen. And you said it, Chris, we shouldn't go past that. It's kind of quality person Robert Saleh is. Robert Saleh has reached out every day and stayed in touch with Jeff Olberg as he takes over as a head coach for the first time. That's saying a lot about an individual's character.
And then he had to change offensive coordinators, and Todd Downing comes in, and Nathaniel Hackett just as gracious on the other end. Everybody talking about how wonderful he's been with that transition.
From the 40, 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9, not 6, 2nd and 9. But it's a first down out past midfield anyway. Brees Hall, come on. Learn how to fucking tackle. And then they finally wrap him up about the 5-yard line. Jesus Christ. Come on. How in the hell do you allow that to happen? Well, I'll tell you, they don't know how to fucking tackle. That's pathetic on defense. 1, 2, they take 3 out. Good block. Missed tackle. And then they finally wrap him up after he, was off to the races. Jesus Christ. First and goal from the 3. Empty set 5 wide. Watch the tight end. Rodgers calls a timeout as the play clock was winding down. Jesus Christ. It's a simple dump off on a screen. Should have been brought down right there, but no. That's bad. That's just bad defense. Like, come on. So first and goal with the timeout, 6:20 to play in the half. Jets trying to extend their lead. They're going to line up in the same formation, an empty set 5 wide, but the tight ends on the near side rather than the far side. And Rodgers pass caught but incomplete. Who is that? Irvin Charles. Yeah, IUP, the former Nittany Lion.
It's a little bit of a statement now. They're doing a good enough job on TJ Watt on the outside.
Knee with a catch. Drug the foot. That might be a touchdown. They'd have to challenge. Yeah, knees down. Drug it. Caught. Thing is, it was incomplete on the field, so they'd have to find a bit of evidence to return it. Jets would have to challenge. They're not going to. Second goal from the 3, they'll hand off. And he's going to be short at the 1. Third and goal at the 1 for the Jets. So that very well could have been a touchdown catch, but it probably would have stood as called. Incomplete. They'd still have second goal. Probably would have ran at third goal. So, yeah, they don't challenge. But then you got to look here. Was he down? Ball across goal line, so to speak. And it's close too. They could challenge that. It's where is he down at? Right there. Where's the ball? Well, they score the next play anyway. So it looked like the Jets were challenging. They dropped the flag. They snapped the ball. And then Rodgers on a bootleg had a man wide open and he threw a touchdown. So they score as the challenge was thrown after the play was snapped. And so touchdown anyway. And here's the extra point. Yeah, he dropped it on the sideline, didn't throw it on the fucking field, and then he just tossed it like 50 yards. But then they scored on the play anyway. So, been good if, 4th and goal, and then that would have happened. Oh, they blocked the extra point. And it's going to be down in the end zone, but flag on the play. They get Pittsburgh on an offside.
Steelers block to punt. The last couple of weeks, a field goal block before that.
Or do they get them for jumping the line, jumping the center?
Create the space to jump in front of the kicker.
Came off the offense's right side. There was a leap in between. Or was there leverage used to get there?
Micah Fitzpatrick was the one who got through.
And then do the Jets just want to re-kick, or do they want to go for two?
I mean, nuts with the official.
That's bullshit.
Was made. Here's the look.
Over here.
Micah Fitzpatrick.
Come on, really? They say leverage on the Steelers. And they're going to go for two to make it 15-6, which would be a 9-point lead and 2 scores, rather than being only up 7 because of the blocked extra point, 13-6, let alone have an 8-point lead with the extra point of a good. So now, because of the penalty, it'll be half the distance. They'll go for 2. So they got to get a stop to keep it 13-6. That's not leverage. That's right in between a blocker and a blocker. No, that's not a penalty. No way.
The helmet of T.J. Watt more than he did.
And Danny Smith,
And yeah, Pittsburgh's livid. Couple fucking penalties here. Just
making that exact point. They worked very hard at it.
take one out of Kirby Smart's playbook. Getting robbed.
Blocked extra point.
So now the Jets are going to go for 2 from the 1-yard line. You got to play through it. You got to find some resiliency. Fake the run, slant, caught. So it's 15-6. So now it's a 9-point game, which is 2 scores with 5:29 to play in the half. Come on. That's bullshit. I get you still got to stop him, but that's just a bad call. That's just a bad call. Because then it's a blocked extra point. It's 13-6. It's not 15-6. We'll see those 2 points come into play. Now back to the offense. They got to do something. So, like I said, you can't continue to settle for 3. You got to score touchdowns. And if you do score here, you're down 9, just kick the extra point. You're down, 2 then. Get up on them again defensively. You're probably going to be down here at halftime, honestly. But then, the Jets will get the ball to begin the second half because they kicked off, didn't they? Steelers received. So they won't get the ball back till the mid-third quarter at that point. And then, hopefully you can continue to get stops, maybe get a field goal up 1. Score, it's still a 1-score game then, you're up 8, say, 23-15, looking ahead a little bit, but that's still a ways away. If it happens at all, they gotta score touchdowns. They gotta make fucking tackles. Big explosive play because they couldn't tackle, set up that touchdown drive. Just unacceptable. That's Pee Wee football on defense. That they should be ashamed of themselves. Like, how can you not fucking tackle? You're in the NFL, for God's sakes.
We have some of the best doctors in the country.
So,
3 more surgeries a week if people just
I'll leave it at that. See how the offense plays, but
you need an area where you can outshine your competitors. At our
feels like the Jets are getting lucky. They're getting some calls. Pittsburgh's not, but you got to still play through it. You got to adjust one way or another, and yeah, talk about a sequence. Just it frustrates you, man. So, yeah, 15-6 is a 9-point game. 2 scores. So the Steeler offense going to be back out there. touchback on the kick. So they'll have first and 10 to 30.
Three-time Super Bowl referee. Come back in here and just give us. We've seen a lot of guys trying to block kicks this way over the last few weeks.
Sure, we have, and we've talked with the league about it, and they want to see a clear push-up. They want to see some force where he's using those hands to assist him to get through. And he does touch his teammates, and that would apply as well to the teammate as well. But again, it's just a touch on both players glancing. This shouldn't have been a foul.
Thank you. It shouldn't have been a foul.
Left hand of Minka Fitzpatrick sort of flipping the jersey, but nothing.
That's not a penalty.
And anyway,
And then they call it's half the distance because they want to go for 2. And then Wilson complete to Freiermuth. And he's still running out past midfield, still trucking. Big first down pickup. There you go. Wilson probably should have been sacked, honestly. But somehow had Freiermuth coming over the middle and hit him in stride and off the races down the near sideline he went. We'll move on. You play through it.
watch him stop short, flip it sidearm like a second baseman would underneath, and a
And well, hey, Russ played baseball.
need it right there for Russell Wilson. Spectacular play.
Pirates could sure fucking use him, I can tell you that. First and 10 from the 40.
Of the season.
And fake the give. That's a hold. God damn it. And then Wilson tried dumping it off to Michael Pruitt, it looked like. So it's going to be 10 yards and replay it down anyway.
One on the side as well.
2 fouls. Legal man downfield. That's going to be declined. They're going to take the hold and 10 yards replay it down. Be first and 20. God damn.
Yeah, so really it was 65 that was downfield because it was a screen pass that was mistimed. Inside, McCollum here is going to have his hands full with Quinton Williams.
How you doing, buddy?
Just a little inside
Go
move.
lay down.
And it was
There you
a
go.
screen.
What you doing?
Probably could have gotten away without doing that, but it forced Russell to pull the ball down, move, and then you got the
So first and 20. From midfield, yeah. First and 20 from the 50. And Wilson going to go deep down the middle. Pickens incomplete at the 10. And no penalty there. Jesus Christ. You want to fucking throw penalties? Okay. Call it down the middle, though.
yeah, that was only a half. That wouldn't even be about 10 yards farther out there. Mills was there. Great job getting his head turned back around, so no chance of an interference despite a lot of the contact. But you can see Pickens is pretty good with those contested.
Freiermuth in motion, second and 20 from the midfield. 3, 2, 1, got to go. Go. They'll fake the give. Wilson going to step up again, and he gets sacked. See what I mean?
Now has 8 on the season.
So it'd be third, and what, 25, third and 26. And then, you go backwards because of the penalty.
Two-man route here.
And then you can't get manageable situation, and then you just keep going backwards. You can't get back in front.
Has become quite the story, hasn't he? 8 sacks on the year now.
Third and 24.
Too late, a year to go.
And they'll run a quick slant, complete Pickens. And he gets to the 43-yard line, so they're going to have to punt. Well, where's that? That's a late hit. That's a... Fuck, come on. You got to be kidding me.
Yard line. They need to get to the 30 for a first down.
And they'll have to punt and pin them deep.
38 to go.
You're already down 9, which is 2 scores here, 3.5 to play in the half.
Again, when Pickens went out in motion, you can
These
see the
fucking
space,
refs.
there's nobody there. So that opportunity really just a mistake on the part of the Jets.
They tackle him and then blow the whistle, and then they continue to tackle him. They called the same thing on the Steelers earlier, but no call there. Waitman going to punt it, and they'll pin him at the 6. So first and 10 Jets from there. Defense needs a feed off of the fucking refs not making any good calls right now. Bounce at the 3. Yeah, 7-yard line there. So, be 1st and 10, Jets from there. So, you know, they get a decent play to start it off. They go deep. They get a hold. You know, they keep going backwards, and then they just can't catch a break. You know? I mean, you can only blame the refs so much, but they still need to be calling a better game themselves, no doubt about it. And like I said, call it down the middle. I don't have a problem with it. You call it one-sided. It's not right. Especially when it's the same fucking thing.
How could anyone possibly know that every single one of these pistachios
But what can you
is
do?
guaranteed to be wonderful?
You know? You still got to play through it. You got to, you know? Fuck these motherfuckers.
Wonderful pistachios that are wonderful with the word wonderful on them.
Just...
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
see if the defense gets stopped.
Who's ready for my famous charred duck? Like, you know, to check the mascot first before bringing food to a tailgate. Toasted, baby. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Are the animals still worked up?
He's somehow in his boot.
He says we're trapped. Who says? Remain in my hand.
No, I'm not insane. I don't know if you're still listening while I'm watching. But
Verifies a pretty good place to start.
quarterback situations through the years, I think I have more room to talk than you do. So I'll leave it at that. Winning quarterback situations through the years, that is. So they're still going to run the ball, but they got to play through these fucking penalties. Got to get stops on defense. It's regardless who's playing quarterback. It's still, like I said, you're going to be the same old Steelers. First and 10 from the 7. And they toss it. And Wilson wraps him up after about a 2-yard gain. They'll wind the clock. 3 minutes and counting to play in the half. They got to get a stop because they're down 9 now. The Jets score before half. You know, get the ball back to begin early third quarter. Begin the second half, score again, you're in a hole. And you're not doing much, so it's going to get ugly at that point. Like, you got to get a stop.
Pretty good snap, and I don't want to leave until I know I'm getting the ball.
That's exactly right. As a receiver, want me to stay? I'll stay. Whatever you want. But let's get through this game and see how many balls I get in this one. And we'll decide from there.
They're driving into work together, got all the hand signals dialed in for years. 2nd and 7.
Rodgers going deep. Lazard completed the 28. And it's caught. First down. So that'll probably take us a 2-minute warning. They'll have a 1st and 10 with 2 timeouts at the 2-minute break. And yeah, it's a catch. And then, like I said, they need to stop defensively because if they go up and score, give up, you know, a little something early third quarter, you're in a hole, if not worse.
So it brings it in right at the 30-yard line as we get to the 2-minute warning.
Just it's frustrating.
Jets leading 15-6.
There's no consistency. You know,
499.
there's no consistency at all.
Looking strong, Nick.
Last night, Red One was abducted. You're going to help us find him.
Santa Claus has been given. You can't trust this guy. He's on the list. He's a naughty lister. Naughty lister? Whoever took Nick are extremely dangerous. We got snowmen! Sadly, so disturbing. Red One, rated PG-13 in theaters November 15th.
Las Vegas has become the hottest new destination for football fans all across the country. A place to catch every snap, every touchdown pass,
and every game-winning kick. To make the most of your Vegas experience, look no further than Caesars Rewards. Home to 8 iconic destinations right on the Strip. You can earn and redeem game tickets, celebrity dining experiences, spa treatments, and more. Caesars Rewards, official sponsor of the NFL.
Hey, Meta, play music.
So, I like honey barbecue, you like honey barbecue. I like football, I think you like football. We're like the brothers we never had.
No, I have a brother.
But does he have time for you?
I guess he doesn't.
Yeah, because I feel like he'd be here if he did.
He took a patient out of the hospital on a motorcycle. I like to know what my patients are experiencing.
Did you just take the patient's drugs?
Tomorrow on BBC and Peacock.
Coming up on the Toyota halftime, we'll give a temperature check on the Chiefs and the Niners after their Super Bowl rematch. Plus, one of the NFL's last unbeaten went down today. Mike?
You got it, Ray. We are down to one team left unbeaten in the NFL. We got everything happening today coming up. Halftime here momentarily.
2 minutes to play. First and 10 Jets. About 15-6. So defense needs to stop. I mean, if you give up anything, only give up a field goal. It'd be 18-6. Okay. Still a 2-score game. You need 2 touchdowns to, take a lead.
Behind, 6 yards, maybe 2 to go. See if the Jets come back and huddle.
Jets will hand off for a couple yards, second down.
Play in.
Clock's ticking. They got 2 timeouts, but it doesn't seem like they're in a hurry right now.
This is the series here. If they convert the first down, then they go into a different kind of hurry-up mode. The Steelers, on the other hand, would love to get a shot at the ball, but they don't want to call timeouts and help the Jets offense. So whatever happens here decides the strategy.
Empty set from 35, second and 4. And pump fake. Over the middle, it's picked off. Who is that? Beanie Bishop, the rookie out of West Virginia. And they'll have half field to work with. First and 10, a minute 15, and 3 timeouts. There's a turnover for you. You got to capitalize off of it, especially here before halftime. I'll take a field goal, be down 15-9. Would love a touchdown right now. And then it goes back to that sequence with, well, was it a touchdown? They were going to challenge, but then, snapped it beforehand, and then they scored, and the blocked extra point, and then the penalty to go for 2 and get it. It could be 13-6, 14-6, but it's 15-6. And then they get the turnover. Yeah. A nice snag, one-handed it with the left hand, and then brought it in, and then got tackled right away. So first and 10 Steelers to the 46-yard line. But you got to convert a couple first downs here. You got to capitalize off that turnover and get some points, which they do get a first down there. Pass complete to Pickens, far side, first down. Pick up about 12, 13 yards, a minute to play. Still 3 timeouts, but get in some rhythm. Let's go. From the 43, first and 10, but you got to get some points. Like I said, I'll take a field goal, be down 15-9, but touchdown's even better. You're down, 15-13, because you're not going to want to go for 2. You'll just take the extra point, and, that's that. And then if you get a field goal somehow to go up 1, then okay. If you score again, you're up a couple. It's still a 1-score game, but then if you can score again, you're putting the pressure on them. Whether it's still a 1-score game or 2-score game, somewhere in the 20s, if it gets to that, with these 2 down the stretch. So big turnover before halftime. They got to score off of it.
Is there any place for patience with Russell Wilson in this role?
I would say
Yeah.
And the audience, yes, for right now.
Yeah, for now, exactly.
4-3, how patient are you to get to 4-4
Yep.
potentially with pitching the quarterback that kind of got
2nd and 7 from the 40. Wilson going deep far side. Incomplete, penalty on the play. They're going to get the Jets with a pass interference intended for Pickens. So we'll see if it's a spot foul. Should be. And be a 1st and 10 at that spot. Yeah. Good call.
Sauce Gardner is still on the ground.
And Pickens still almost caught it. And now we got an injured Jet defender.
Shots down the field, they look good doing it.
Funky step at the end with Sauce right there, the right ankle.
So in 2 of the last 3 games, Sauce Gardner hasn't even had a ball thrown at him. To give you some idea.
So now Sauce Gardner's hurt. I mean, hey, go right after the backup.
So the ball is placed down at the 11-yard line.
So it'll be at the 11, 1st and 10 for the Steelers with the 37 seconds and 2 timeouts. Yeah.
The concern already, the Jets down 3 defensive backs coming into this one. And Jared Bernard Converse comes out there for the Jets.
He doesn't have a snap all year.
You got to score,
Special teams.
especially after that penalty now. You definitely got to score a touchdown. You're not going to have to settle for 3, hopefully. But watch, they probably will. Wilson out of the gun. Just don't turn it over yourself. Avoids a sack. Dumps it off, but incomplete. Intended for Jalen Warren. So 3rd. Make it 2nd and 10. Excuse me, 2nd and 10.
He ran the football in the red zone.
Yeah.
5 touchdowns out of him. And we wondered whether or not we would see Justin Fields in the red zone. And really, this is where we've seen Russell Wilson struggle so far.
Empty set. 2nd and 10 from the 11. Warren going to motion in the backfield. Who is that? Austin in motion. And throw a fade. Caught. Pickens. Touchdown. There you go. There you go. You got to continue to build off of this, though, okay? Kick the extra point. They capitalized off the turnover. Continue to build. Jets going to have a timeout, 27 seconds so. And we know how Rodgers is with very little time to work with, before halftime to the end of the game, too. So, not halftime just yet. Snap, hold, kick, all good. 15-13, Jets. And it goes back to that Jet touchdown. And then was it a touchdown? Snap the ball before the challenge. They still score. Get a penalty on the blocked extra point. They go for 2 because of half the distance on the penalty. Get it, go up 15-6. Steelers get a turnover, drive and score off of it. So it's 15-13 when it could be 13 apiece. So that 2 points right now is factoring in, but defense still's got to get some stops. More turnovers, more pressure. I think Rodgers just threw into, a heavy coverage and paid the price, and Pittsburgh in 45 seconds goes 55 yards and scores a touchdown. So 15-13. This ain't Mets, Yankees, Pirates by any means. But Jets lead the Steelers by 2 as we near halftime. They'll return it to the 21. They got 21 seconds on a timeout. They might take a knee. Might not, like I said, you know how Rodgers is with very little time, left before the half.
Aaron Rodgers thought Brees Hall scored, so he's still on the sideline. Throw the flag.
Yeah, throw the challenge, which they were going to, but then they didn't. Snapped it. They scored on it, but they couldn't throw the challenge flag right. They still scored. And then, like I said, you have the extra point blocked.
Rick, take your flag.
Very disgraceful. Nobody saw it, right? Nobody saw it.
Back your way.
And then the penalty, they go for 2, 15-6. Steelers score off turnover, 15-13. Like I said, it should be 13 apiece. Pass complete, but tackled in the backfield. Beanie Bishop. Little BB gun. Yeah, gonna send us to halftime. Steelers have momentum going into half, but the Jets are getting the ball to begin the second half. So, see what happens come third, fourth quarters. 15-13.
Stop up 15-13 at the break. Point, New York Jets lead.
So,
And again, the Jets get the ball to start the second half.
that was a big defensive drive to get a turnover, big offensive drive, and then score off of it. They have momentum going into half. But yeah, the Jets are getting the ball to begin the second half. So, defense still needs stops, need turnovers. Mike Tomlin interviewed before halftime. Yeah. Yeah, I got tackle. No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. He's right. I've said it myself, so it's nothing different, nothing new. Not surprised. So at halftime, the Jets lead the Steelers, 15-13. So pull up some stats. At halftime, Jets lead the Steelers 15-13. Aaron Rodgers 13-19, 158 yards passing. Sacked once by Larry Ogunjobi early. They punted, but their next drive they drove and scored. Had a 7-3 lead. The Steelers got a field goal to begin the game, but then they were stuck there for a while up until the interception that Rodgers just threw on the last drive there. As he has a touchdown and that pick. Beanie Bishop on the interception. Steelers then score off of it 15-13 at halftime. So Rodgers 13-19, 158 yards, touchdown, interception, sacked once. Brees Hall, 8 carries, 21 yards rushing, a rushing touchdown from 13 yards out. But then he also has 4 receptions for 93 yards. A long of 57, that was the play, they couldn't tackle. Devontae Adams, 3 of 30 in his first game as a Jet. Allen Lazard, 2 of 24. Wilson, 2 of 8. Braylon Allen, 1 of 2. Conklin has a 1-yard touchdown. That was on the, was a touchdown on the previous play. They're going to challenge. Didn't challenge in time. They snapped it. They still scored anyway. Once again, blocked extra point. Penalty. They go for 2. Get it. Go at 15-6. Steelers get an interception. Score off of it. So the 2-point play that was good is the difference right now at halftime. 15-13 Jets lead.
Visit Courtesy Ford in Altoona or shop 24/7 at courtesyaltoona.net. Under liberal borders are Kamala Harris. Illegal aliens are pouring into our country.
Steelers on the flip side. Beanie Bishop playing well defensively, getting better each game. Has 4 tackles. Has the interception, no return though. They have 1 sack, 4 tackles for loss. Boswell, 2 of 2 on field goals from 46 and 29. Made that extra point that they just scored off of, which was off of a turnover. So, Heidi Ho neighbor in Russell Wilson's first game as a starting quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. At halftime, he's 8 of 17, 145 yards and a touchdown. That to George Pickens, 3 of 67 for him and the score. Najee Harris has 8 carries, 25 yards rushing. Warren, 4 of 15. Couple rollouts on play action. Darnell Washington, tight end, 2 of 33 receiving for him. Pat Frymuth has a catch for 30 yards. Van Jefferson, 1 of 11. Warren, 1 for 4 on the screen. Total as a team. As the difference is a 2-point play. They have 2 less first downs, 10-8. The Jets are 2 of 5 on third down. Pittsburgh 0 of 6. So, yeah, convert on third down for one. But you got to get off the field on defense. Got to tackle. 2-point play because of a penalty is why you're down. And the running game for neither is not really there for either team. It's both quarterbacks making some plays. It's been up and down, though. It's been sluggish at times. There's no consistency. So, Steelers have 141 passing, 41 rushing, so 182 total. 9 more total yards than the Jets do at 173. 6 total penalties, 4 against Steelers for 36 yards, 235 for the Jets. Time possessions, minute and a half difference, 15:45 in favor of the Jets to 14:15 of the Steelers. But a 3-0 lead. A touchdown because of some missed tackles and penalties. Another field goal by the Steelers to cut it to 7-6. Obviously, you can't settle for field goals. You got to score touchdowns. They do off of a turnover, but it was after more missed tackles, more penalties. They go for 2 rather than kick the extra point. That was blocked because of the penalty. They decided to go for 2, get it, go up 15-6. So, 2-point game at halftime, 15-13. As the Steelers did get an interception just prior to half. Score off of it, it's 15-13 at halftime. And the Jets are going to get the ball to begin the second half. So, Steeler defense, got to get off the field, stop the run, get some pressure, force some more turnovers, capitalize off those on offense. They got to convert on third down offensively. They got to find a running game themselves, not do anything stupid. Russ has got to be more consistent. That's what it is with his play so far in Pittsburgh. More consistency. Like I said at the start, if anything's going to change with him at quarterback, it's going to be the deep ball because that's what he's used to throwing off of play action. And voila, there you go. Hit one deep ball, got a penalty on another one, and then they threw a fade on a go route from 10, 12 yards out, touchdown off of the turnover to cut it to 2 at halftime because of that 2-point play. Because the penalty. The refs need to do a better job and call this game out of the fucking middle too, I might add. But you got to play through it. All the adversity, be resilient, and just piss them off. Like I said, put them in their place. Tell Rodgers that the hangman's coming in the fourth quarter, and see the defense continue to get some stops. But with the defense getting stops, the offense still has to do something. Like I said, it's got to be more consistent. It's too, just up and down. It's really not even one-sided. They're playing complementary, fundamentally sound for the most part football, but not really. They do score off of a turnover, off of defense. They do have a couple field goals, but 13 points very well could be 20, 21 points, or, say 17. They have 13. They're down 2. Really, here we go again. Second half, defense needing a stop to win in the game probably sometime in the fourth quarter. So, we'll see what happens. I'll leave it at that. I mean, Adams 3 catch 30 yards, like I said. They've done a decent job covering him. But it's not Breece Hall running the football. It's Breece Hall catching the ball in the backfield. Simple, short passes. And then they can't tackle in the open field. They got to wrap them up. That's what's continuing the Jets' drives. Because the Steeler defense, even though the Jets are only 2 of 5 on third down, they can't really get off the field defensively other than that interception. And then they can't convert on third down themselves on offense. They're 0 of 6. So, proof is in the pudding there. But at least they got a turnover and they capitalized off of it. They're getting better at that. At least they got points, because it'd be a hell of a different story if they didn't get any points off of that. Because then it's back to, okay, well, they need a stop. They got it. Okay, do get the points, but then just say they don't get a stop. They don't get the turnover. They don't get any points off of it. Whatever the case may be, that they're down 9, 15-6. The Jets score before halftime. Field goal, touchdown, 18, 20, 1, 2, 3, potentially 6 at halftime. They get the ball back to begin the third quarter. Score again, you're in a hole when you're not doing much. So that was a big defensive stop and a big offensive touchdown off of it. No doubt about it. So they have momentum going into halftime. Can they keep it? We'll see. Because sometimes they have trouble doing just that. It slips and slides out of their hands, and back to whoever they're playing, and they got to try to find a way to get it back. And until then, they're just stuck again. Because they got out to an early 3-0 lead, but then they give them a touchdown, settle for 3 again, down 1, and then we have that sequence with why this game is a 2-point game right now. Because they went for 2 after a touchdown. But because of a penalty on a blocked extra point, it would have been 13-6, not 14-6. But then because of the penalty, they decided to go for 2, get it as 15-6. So, could be tied and should be tied at 13 right now, let alone 14-13. They wouldn't have went for 2 to tie at 14, because you'd be down 2 yourself right then at 14-12, not 15-13. It's the same thing. You don't chase points. You don't. You take them while you can get them, because you don't know what you're going to need later. Okay? But yeah. Just keep momentum on your side, run the football, continue to play Steeler defense, get some stops. Offense, they got to find some balance. They got to find some consistency. They got to find some rhythm. Okay? They got to play as good in this second half as they played in the second half last week. And against the Chargers a couple weeks ago. Even against the Colts a week later, and then they came up just short because of the turnovers they had offensively, and then it was too late. And then even in the second half a couple weeks ago against the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. They get rolling in the second half on offense. So, but even with all the turnovers that game, they couldn't capitalize. They've started to capitalize. So, you got to put it to them while you can. You have momentum, keep it, do what you got to do, find a way to win this game. So, yeah, that's that. We're going to kick off the second half here now, it looks like. They'll show off some stats and scores themselves, but that's where we're at right now in the gist. So, I'll leave it at that. In the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And stay tuned for Week 8 NFL preview and continuation of, as we already recapped the NFL from this week, but preview next week. We're also going to recap and preview college football. So stay tuned for that as well. But Steelers at halftime honored and celebrated the 1974 Super Bowl IX team as Terry Bradshaw, obviously in LA with Fox. There's Mean Joe. You have Swanee, Stallworth. Just Steel Curtain defense in general. but then obviously lost Franco a couple years ago. But follow the football. That's what he was told at Penn State by Joe Paterno. Caught the immaculate reception. They won the Super Bowl 2 years later, and Steelers started a dynasty in the 70s, winning back-to-back Super Bowls, not once but twice, and won 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. So 50 years later, they're going to have the defense find a way to win here tonight. So 1st and 10 Jets here from the 30 to begin the second half. 15-13 they lead. Come on, defense. And a penalty on the first play of the second half. And a false start. Back them up. Be 1st and 15 Jets from the 25. Keep momentum on your side. Put them in their place.
First half, it really was. We've seen Aaron Rodgers with those quick throws and 84% of the yards for him coming after the catch. And for Russell Wilson on the other side, whether it's pass interference or completion, the deeper balls down the field has been their best shot.
Rodgers out of the gun, pump fakes, down the middle, caught. Wilson at the 40. It was a first down. So they'll move the sticks, 1st and 10 Jets.
That's what we're talking about here, that you've got better weapons
Man.
on the field, so the defense has to disperse itself to
Like,
cover.
man the hell up.
Look at the
You know, you just picked apart the zone right there.
on Devontae
You know, it's like basketball. Find, you know, your open spot in the paint. Just get open. You know, you're going to be past the ball eventually. 1st and 10 Jets out of the pistol, handoff. Highsmith on the tackle right away, along with Queen. Stuff them, no gain, official on the play, 2nd and 10.
started out a little bit shaky on their first route, just unable to connect on that one, but that was about it. And it's these intelligence routes, that's what I'm going to call them. When the wide receiver and the quarterback are on the same page, a little push off and slip, but you see all these little throws. Those things add up. I mean, that's going to be 30, 35 yards in the first half. You add it up by the end of this game, you'll be right at 100 because you know eventually he's going to hit something down the field.
So 2nd and 10. Rodgers, quick pass, caught at midfield. Bishop on the tackle. Be 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, depending on the spot.
Quick throws are just a great idea. There's Russell Wilson up there, got to go a little bit at the end of the half. But you're protecting the quarterback here too. They're doing a great job of chipping and helping on TJ Watt. You also have Tyron Smith, who is left one-on-one on the other side against Alex Highsmith, getting it done. He's the one with all the pressure on you because they have to help out Watt.
So an empty set, 3rd and 2. Pass incomplete. There's a hold up front anyway, no call. But pass over the middle incomplete. 4th and 2, they'll punt.
Saved the first down, no question about it. Highsmith
Well, he was being held, so it's better off they didn't call it because then it'd be replaying the down. Obviously, decline the penalty with what happened. It's incomplete. So just watch for a fake. Don't jump off sides. And they'll punt from midfield. So you're probably going to be backed up here. Yeah, Austin will return it. 20-yard line to the 22. All right. Some decent starting field position here. And, yeah, we'll take a break. We're going back to the 70s for all the music tonight, too, on Sunday Football. But, yeah. See how the offense plays here when we come back. Already reviewed, recapped NFL Week 7. I got a doubleheader tomorrow night on Monday Football, as mentioned. But Week 8 will begin on Thursday Night Football. We'll have the Vikings and Rams, which should be a decent game. We are Penn State, The Lions play at Wisconsin Saturday night, but for all you Panther fans, they'll also be on Thursday Night Football this week as well, as they'll play Syracuse, which should be a decent game with as good as those teams are playing right now, in an old school Big East, now ACC matchup. But in the NFL on Thursday Night Football, Vikings-Rams next Sunday, just prior to Halloween. We'll have the Eagles and Bengals, Ravens-Browns in the AFC North. As you think about it, Cleveland's season might be over at this rate. They're 1-6, and they just lost Deshaun Watson. So we're playing good with them. Probably won't play good without them. So see what happens there. But as we all know, the Browns used to be in Cleveland, went to Baltimore, become the Ravens, and the NFL brought the Browns back. So there you go. Titans-Lions. Cardinals will be in Miami. So you'll have Kyler Murray and Tua squaring off. If Tua does return, the Jets will be in New England taking on the Patriots. Falcons, Bucks. Packers in Duval taking on the Jags. Colts, Texans. Saints, Chargers. Bills, Seahawks. Along with Panthers, Broncos, Chiefs at the Raiders, Bears, Skins, the Washington Football Team Commanders, which should be a good game. And then next Sunday night is Cowboys, 49ers. And then next Monday night, the Steelers host the Giants. But I'm not going to be home next Monday night, so we will not be watching that game live. But we will be watching it and streaming. I'm going to do my best not to know what the hell happened. But we'll not be home next Monday night, so won't be watching it live, but we'll watch it shortly then after. As the Steelers then will be on a bye week the following week before they then go to Washington Veterans Day weekend. So, meantime, got a 1st and 10. First drive of the second half, down 2 because of the 2-point play after the penalty. Get a couple yards. So, 2nd and 7. We'll see, what they can do here. But that is next week in the NFL. Week 8 already. You're at that halfway point. Trade deadline's coming up. So, obviously still a lot of football to be played. That pass on a shuffle as Wilson was going down the sack. Incomplete, so 3rd and 7, Pittsburgh. 12-2 to play here in the third quarter. And next we'll recap college football and preview college football, so stay tuned for that. 3rd and 7, yeah, they can't convert on 3rd down. Trips in a bunch top of your screen. Wilson. Far side, has Pickens, and he makes the catch. And drops it and makes the catch again. What a play. What a catch. First down. They also very well could have got a defensive pass interference on that too, but the Jets are like, all right, whatever. Caught it because it hit off the Jet defender, bobbled it, juggled it, caught it, dropped it, juggled it, bobbled it again, caught it again, and then was brought down. Like, yeah, this game's all out of whack for sure. But it's a Steeler game. What's new? They got to capitalize off another big play. 1st and 10 from the 39. With Jefferson in motion, Wilson will roll out, pass complete, Darnell Washington for about a yard far side. So they're dumping off to the tight end in the flat on a play action. I'm sure there's a tight end post a little farther deep. There normally is. So 2nd and 9. See if the Steelers can take their first lead since 3-0 here on this drive. 2nd and 9 from 38. Wilson will hand off Najee Harris. Yeah, continue to run the football. Get a lead, work some clock, put the pressure on them.
So with the Williams brothers, this is their 4th year together. Richie's a couple years older.
So 3rd down and what, 5?
What a great experience for both of them in the New York market. 2 brothers, both have played well. One a big contract, one the
Yeah, 3rd and 5.
Pretty neat story.
Yeah, Quincy, he was former junior Olympic swimmer. How about that for a linebacker? I don't think I've ever heard of that story.
And they're in field goal range, so just don't take a sack. Yeah. Wilson throws a fade again. Freiermuth. What a fucking catch. Muth, 13. 13 points. You're in the month of October. Spooky season. They're just making catches now. Like I said, it's the deep ball. It's moving the ball downfield. That's where they, are having more success with Russ at. Now, if they can run the football like they've been, then it'll start clicking. So out of the eye, 1st and 10 again. Gotta go, snap it. And they'll hand off Jalen Warren, who cuts back inside the 5, lowers the shoulder, 1st and goal at the 2. That's probably his best run all fucking season, honestly. That's a 1st and goal. Are they going to mark him short? Yeah, cut back. He hasn't looked like himself all season at this point. Like I said, injury, system-wise. And yeah, they say 1st and goal, Pittsburgh at the 3. They got to score off this now. Hand off Warren again. Why not go back to that roll out and hit the tight end? That's worked all fucking night. And then I think if they're saying if we score, we're going for 2. I'm telling you, keep running the football, but that roll out to the tight end, Freiermuth in motion. And they'll throw a fade. Pickens, he caught it, but they say incomplete, out of bounds. I got to see a replay if his feet were down. Third and goal. Caught it. No, that's incomplete. Okay. So 3rd and goal from the 3. See, they get down here and then they can't fucking punch it in. Got to score. And Russ over the middle, incomplete. Yeah, no penalty. 10 for Van Jefferson. So here comes Boswell for a 1-point lead now. He just tripped. And here comes Boswell for another field goal. Give the Steelers the first lead since 3-0 at 16-15 with a make. From right inside the left hash. Kicks up and good. From 21 yards out. Can't get any fucking closer than that. 16-15. 7 and change to play. Still the difference in this game, or else they'd have a 3-point lead right now, is that blocked extra point penalty. They go for 2, get it, go up 15-6. Steelers get a turnover, score off of it, 15-13 at halftime. Scoring drive there for a field goal, probably should have been a touchdown, but hey, 9 points now by Boswell. You don't have those 3 field goals, you're back down to 15-6. 15-7. You know, if you're down 8, you know, with a touchdown and extra point. But you get my point. You know, because 3 field goals is 9 points. So, just you take your points while you can get them. You know, get after them on defense again. Continue to get stops, get another turnover or 2. Continue to stop the run and tackle. You know, and then you're in a good spot. You're in a good position. So we'll see if they can do that or not. And then we'll work from there. But, you know, just, okay, kick a field goal, go up 16-15, but just think, you have a touchdown earlier. Yeah, you're not going to score on every drive touchdown-wise. You're going to have to settle for 3 every once in a while. But they make it, you know, more it needs to be in that regard. You know, it's becoming a habit too much. But you still take your points. You'd like touchdowns, but just think, one of those 3 field goals, 2 of those 3 field goals, shit, if not all 3 of those field goals, touchdowns, I mean, you have a 2-score lead on them right now at the max, you know, or, you know, you're up a couple or still where you're at, or maybe you're down, you know, so, or anywhere in between. But just, okay, you have a 1-point lead. Can you hold it? Can you continue to get stops? Can you continue to build off of it? So, 16-15 Steelers. Mid-third quarter, Jets getting the ball back. Boswell kicks off. We'll have a return from a yard deep. Tackle them. And they do. Boom, big hit. Jeremiah Moon. So 1st and 10, Jets from there. From the 23, 1st and 10. Rogers. Incomplete near side. And then Roberts was going to tackle him right away anyway. So, 2nd and 10.
By the way, on that Pittsburgh defense, Dante Jackson has not been out there into the first half, starting the second half at corner, so we'll keep an eye on that. And we haven't talked much TJ Watt, as you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, been quiet. But then, hey, still got to get after him, which he might, probably will later, you know, when it, you know, it's crunch time, so. 2nd and 10 from the 23, now an empty set. Rogers far side. Picked off again, Beanie Bishop once more. And on the return this time, 20. He's got some blockers, 15, 10. And he's going to return at 5, down to the 1. Wow. An undrafted rookie free agent from Morgantown, West Virginia. The former Mountaineer, now Steeler, getting better each week. 2 picks now tonight against Rogers. Beanie Babies, Bishop, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I mean, they're a yard out now from extending their lead, and Rogers just got his fucking eye shot out again by another BB gun. It ain't even Christmas yet. Halloween's coming up, but yeah, he ain't asking for a Red Ryder this Christmas. That's for damn sure. It looked like it was underthrown. It got tipped, and he just caught it and then returned it a good, 40 yards. And now they got a 1st and goal at the 1. You got to punch this in. You got to score off another turnover. Are they saying he stepped out anywhere? Okay, got an injured. Well, okay, he got tipped, but then it hit off his chest and then bounced up into the air, and Bishop returned it a good ways and down to the 1 yard line. They got a 1st and goal, and now you got a Jets player down on the sideline. So hopefully he's okay. Beanie Bishop. They'll take a break.
I want you to imagine waking up tomorrow. How do you feel? No. How do you want to feel?
A new head coach.
Make it about us.
You got to score off of it. You got to capitalize off turnovers.
Hey, Google, find me an alternate route because you decide the outcome.
And a must-win.
You know, you're up, what, 16-15?
Decide the outcome.
Get another interception and a return off of this one. I mean, shit, they scored off the other one anyway, and they didn't get a return. Now they did get a return to the 1 yard line. You got to score. You know, go up what? 8. Be a 1-score game at 23-15. Yeah. Settle another fucking field goal, 19-15. I mean, come on. That's pretty pathetic. You get on the 1 yard line on an interception return. You can't fucking punch it in on 4 plays. Just so nothing stupid. No holdings. No fumbles. No interceptions. Like, I'm not throwing the ball. I'm running the ball down their fucking throat 4 plays. It takes it. That's what it needs. I mean, yeah, it comes down to it. Like, somehow, some way you get backed up, you take the points, kick another field goal. Go up 19-15, but it shouldn't have to be that way. Go up 23-15 with a touchdown here, and then you got, what, 14 points off of 2 turnovers, and you lead by 8. So, once again, do the math. You know, no turnovers, and you have, what, 3 field goals to show, and you're down by 6. You know, so turnovers. That is the Steelers right now. Win or loss. Like I said, they're 4-2. Probably should be 5-1, if not 6-0 for that matter. Get to 7-0 with a win tonight if they would have been already undefeated. You know? Whether they would still have made a switch or not, who the hell knows? Who cares? You know, they're finding ways to now capitalize off turnovers. They got to continue to run the football. So we'll see if they can punch this in. Like, I'm sneaking it. Fullback dive. Old school with, you know, as many running backs as they have. Queen on a block, and then there's a lineman that went down out of bounds, but then there was a lineman that went down inbounds that rolled out of bounds, and they're checking on him on the sideline, and we go from one commercial break to coming back and going back to another commercial break because of the injury. So obviously, hopefully he's okay. Never want to see him get hurt, but still, got to score off this turnover. You got to punch it in. Until they snap the ball, have this series, you know, you got a 1st and goal at the 1. You got 4 plays to punch it in. You don't have a 1st and 10 at the 11, you know, which they've had now a couple of times, and they, you know, still can't fucking score. They did okay once, had to settle for 3 on another, but run it, you know? Like, rock the Nodge, give it to Warren. Just don't do anything stupid. Like, there's no need to pass. Seriously, there's not. Like, don't get special, you know? If Matt Canada was calling plays, they'd be fucking running end around probably right now. Get up there and sneak it. I'm telling you. Russ gets a rushing touchdown, has a passing touchdown, and okay, they make the switch. It's quietening, you know, the noise with, okay, they're 4-2 and they make a quarterback switch and not looking good early, but it's taking some time, and they get going. Like, you got to continue to build off of it. I mean, he's 11-23 with 204 yards and a touchdown, for God's sakes. And they have a decent run game with 2 backs, with both Harris and Warren. And they're capitalizing off turnovers on defense. So they're there. They are. And once again, back to whoever's playing quarterback, regardless. Okay? They still got to score points and they still got to win games. That's what matters. Like, you still play with who you think's best, but then that was the main topic with them switching. It's like, this ain't something they normally do, especially with the position they're in. Why fix what ain't broken? But sometimes you got to do shit you don't want to do. And then just the main thing, hopefully it doesn't backfire, because then if it does, you're in a tough spot.
They continue to look at the Jets' offensive lineman Xavier Newman, who had played in all 6 games this year just on special teams.
They're going to cart him off.
After that interception, had the collision with Patrick Queen and went down. Melissa Stark is over there on the sideline. Melissa, what have you observed?
So, Mike, we're standing right by here, and we saw the athletic training staff come over immediately, and all the players surround him. And the first thing they did was stabilize his neck.
Stabilize his neck. He's conscious, but they took his face mask off. They're going to cart him off. He's on a stretcher, but they're going to put him on a cart.
Limbs at this point, they spine-boarded him, and they put him on the gurney.
And, yeah, obviously with a neck injury, you just want to make sure nobody's fucking paralyzed. So hopefully he's okay.
Thank you. There's a meeting that we've talked about often the last couple of years with all the medical staff that is here behind the scenes, 30 folks in all, and in a situation like
And obviously, he can't be in a better spot than Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for a neck injury. Yeah, Pittsburgh has some damn good doctors. And we'll take another commercial break, it looks like. Yeah. So, get back to the action shortly, but because of the injury, we're at a stoppage. So, still got to punch it in. You know, I mean, what else is there to say? Until they do. So, I'll leave it at that. College football recap now from this past week. Some midweek games. We had South Alabama beat Troy 25-9. Middle Tennessee State beat Kennesaw State 14-5. And then in double overtime, you had New Mexico State beat Louisiana Tech 33-30. Last Wednesday, Western Kentucky beat Sam Houston State 31-14. UTEP pick up their first win in almost a year, 30-21 over FIU. Marshall beat Georgia State 35-20. Virginia Tech with a 42-21 win at home in Blacksburg against Boston College. As BC has lost at Missouri, Virginia, and Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech very well could be undefeated. Lost to Vandy in overtime to begin the season, lost to Rutgers, and then got screwed by the refs against Miami. Oregon shut out Purdue on Friday night 35-0. BYU in the wee hours of Saturday morning from the game kicking off Friday night came back to beat Oklahoma State 38-35. But I'll leave it at that. Steelers first and goal from the 1, out of the eye, trying to capitalize off another interception. And they'll sneak it up the middle, and no, he didn't get it. Nope, he's short. So second and goal. No, he's short. You gonna say touchdown? Touchdown. All right, touchdown. Kick it. Go up 1, go up 23-15. There's no need to chase points. I didn't think he got it. But push it a little bit, obviously under that pile. Balls across the goal line, so to speak. And by the time they came in and checked, they say rushing touchdown on a sneak by Russell Wilson. So Fields with rushing touchdowns this season. Wilson now with one himself in his first game. Had a passing one earlier. You know, it's the deep balls. It's the defense and then the offense with turnovers. Capitalizing off of them. 22-15, you kick the extra point and go up 8. Because if you don't, you're only up 7. They can tie. But if you go for 2 yourself, obviously, you have a 9-point lead yourself then at 24-15, back to 15-6. So obviously, all scoring plays are reviewed. It's touchdown on the field. You have to find bit of evidence to overturn it. I didn't think he got it initially, but then they say touchdown, so I'm saying touchdown. And it stands, touchdown. Kick the extra point, go up 8, 23-15.
Well, and I was thinking that with Russell Wilson, and he got hurt pushing a sled, and that's sort of that same movement.
I thought the signal was that the touchdown was confirmed.
Confirmed, okay. They add 11 seconds onto the clock. 7:15 now to play in the third.
Score happens, so Wilson runs one in. He has a touchdown throw as well here tonight. And the two
So,
interceptions
snap,
turned into 2 Pittsburgh touchdowns.
hold, kick by Boswell, good.
Chris Boswell's extra point.
23-15. And they got 14 points off of turnovers. So, you know, you have no turnovers, you have your 3 field goals, you're still down though. So that's the thing. As the standard is the standard. Yep.
Well, he has equaled the standard of Noel. He's now just by that average and by the 17 seasons.
And Pittsburgh hasn't had a losing season in 20 plus years now. Not a fan of moral victories, a fan of championships. But yeah, they haven't been able to win the playoffs. But 4-2 because of turnovers. They're 4-2 and not undefeated. But you got an 8-point lead. You have momentum still on your side. From that first interception prior to halftime, you scored off of it. You get stops in the early third quarter. You get another interception. You score off of that again. Momentum still on your side. Now you have an 8-point lead. Largest lead of the game for them from 3 to 1 now to 8. Like, continue to get after them. Stop the run, make some tackles, run the football. You have a lead, work some clock. Jets return it to wherever the hell they're going to spot this at. You got some pushing and shoving after the play. But yeah, they tripped and fell. Obviously, you're not down until you're down by contact in the NFL. So we'll see where they mark it at. It looks about the 20-yard line or so. Hey, third time's a charm. Why not get another interception off of Rodgers? You know, get a fumble or something. You know, just defense has to hold this lead now. They can't, as they've done all season long, get a lead and then give it fucking right back. 1st and 10 handoff. So don't be surprised if they allow the Jets to drive and score here. And then let's say we're tied going into the fucking fourth quarter or something along those lines. Like, I'm being dead serious, like, because that happened last week, you know? Even when they were up by how much?
For the Jets' second year out of Oregon, played mostly center during his time with the Ducks.
But 2nd and 5. Ball, 31-yard line. And they'll fake the draw over the middle. It's caught. And then Lazard gets brought down. A little slow to get up. But first down, Jets, about 45-yard line or so. Pierre, I believe, 42, yes, on the tackle. Right? Yeah. Just want to make sure. 1st and 10, New York at the 46-yard line. Out of the pistol. Handoff. First down run. See, you can't just score and then give up a score right back. Like, because then you can't hold a lead. And then you're right back where you started from. And a couple plays are out past midfield. So 1st and 10 from the 41. That's a hold. That's a hold. Oh my God.
Highsmith, Tyron Smith, right up battle, and Highsmith is on 2 knees saying, come on, he took me down.
Well, it's interesting because on that play, Brees Hall was coming across and everybody thought he was going to double team, including Patrick.
How's that not a hold? Oh my God. Seriously. Are these fucking refs blind?
Had he been able to hit that, there was plenty of space.
And then the pass was incomplete on the screen with Patrick Queen on the coverage of Brees Hall. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Yeah, it's pressure off the edge, but remember, pressure up the middle, too. They sacked Rodgers, up the middle earlier. I really haven't said much for Cam Hayward or Keanu Benton. It was Larry Boone, Kenobi, Ogunjobi, but Watt and Highsmith, yeah, they're going to probably take them to UPMC, one of the hospitals in town. But like I said, he can't be in a better city, better place for a neck injury than Pittsburgh. From the 38. That's a hold. Oh my fucking God, is that a hold on 77? Where is the flag? He was holding him from the front. They dump it off on a screen. He spun him. He was holding him from behind. How is that not a hold? And it's 4th down, but they're going to go for it. How is that not a hold? That... I get holding happens in every play, but that's twice on back-to-back plays. 4th and a long one for the Jets. Come on, defense. Get a stop. And over the middle caught. They convert 1st down. 1st and 10 inside the red zone. 2 missed holding calls. Gonna keep this drive going. Fucking penalties. Either being called against them or not being called for them. And then they score and they give up a drive and going to give up probably some points here. Jesus Christ.
He was embarrassed. I'm sure he was mad. They make the trade for Davante Adams, and he comes right back with a huge conversion. He may be playing as much for other teams tonight as he is for the New York Jets. Who knows?
1st and 10, Rodgers avoids a sack, pass incomplete at the goal line. 10 for Garrett Wilson, 2nd and 10. They're going to have... Oh, Rodgers is bleeding pretty good on his left hand. Busted the top of his hand open. He's not going to care. He'll play through it. Delay a game. Delay a game. Don't give him a timeout. It's delay a game. Delay a game. Oh, please. Fuck you. No way. Delay a game. You missed how many fucking holds on this drive. You're not calling it down the middle. Watch this. That is delay a game. Oh my God. But they give them the timeout. So they'll be down to 2 the rest of the way. 2:51 to play in the 3rd. Gonna have to beat the Jets and the fucking refs tonight. Jesus Christ. 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. Make them fucking pay. Trips near side, out of the guns, Rodgers from 17. They'll take a draw. Batted down by TJ Watt. 3rd and 10. And then he just gently grabbed Rodgers and took him down. So 3rd and 10. I smell another turnover coming. Empty set, 3rd and 10. Pass far side, incomplete. Joey Porter on the coverage. Center for Mike Williams, who, yeah, might be on the move before too long. Whether that's to Pittsburgh, whether that's to wherever else. 4th and 10, incomplete. They'll kick a field goal now. See, the thing is with Mike Williams, former Charger, injured all last year. The Jets signed him. The Steelers are interested in him in the offseason. He decided to sign the Jets. Obviously, Pittsburgh's still interested in him. Had that 4th down catch, but incompletion there on 3rd down. They'll have to set up a 35-yard field goal, make it 23-18. Blocked. They blocked the field goal. What did I say about special teams earlier and being factored into most of the games today? Here we go again. They make them pay. Refs can't call a flag on that like they did on the blocked extra point earlier. It was a fucking, for whatever reason, a low kick off the ground, and Steelers continue to just get their hands up and they block the field goal. I think it was a 35-yard field goal, not a 53-yard field goal. And yeah, just a wall. They block it. And it still had some distance to go. Came up just short, bouncing up in the end zone. And block the field goal. So obviously you don't touch it. You let it go because then you get the ball where they were kicking it at. And now we got a streaker on the field. Crowd's going crazy. A little bit of everything in this game. Most in the NFL since 2022, they've had 9 blocks on punts, field goal attempts, and extra points. 2 tonight, 1 didn't count. That one does. The Jets still have 15 points. So now with the blocked field goal, they got to capitalize off of this and extend their lead. They already have 14 points off of 2 turnovers with their 3 field goals. Yeah, chew the gum. Well, they get the streaker off the field. 1st and 10, Steelers at the 25-yard line. Yeah, you don't want to touch it on that blocked field goal. Just, you'll get it where they were kicking it from. Roll out, complete Darnell Washington, 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. So, they get a stop. 2nd down. Rodgers getting bandaged up on the sideline with a bloody left hand. You have a lead. You're going in the 4th quarter here soon. Run the football. Work clock. Extend your lead. Put the pressure on them. Get more pressure onto them. More turnovers. Just, like I said, put it to them. Make them pay. And they did with that blocked field goal. They did with the 2 turnovers into 14 points. And now off the blocked field goal, because of, well, remember, blocked extra point, they had a penalty. Went for 2, got it down, came back because of turnovers. But more penalties not going their way. They get the blocked field goal. Now they're playing complimentary football. And play clock winding down, 3rd and 8. Come on, can you do something off of this or not? Wilson going to roll out. Pass complete. Warren breaks a few tackles. Gets a 1st down to the 38. There you go, 1st down. And now a late whistle. And an injured Jet defender again. But run the football and work clock. You have a lead. But yeah, just make them pay. Make them fucking pay.
offense against you and you fall straight backwards and you can't do anything about it.
So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh with a minute to play in the third quarter. Ball 38-yard line. Run the damn ball. And they will with Warren up the middle, bulldozing his way forward for about 5.
First down gain of about 5. The Steelers team's running 20 times for 64 yards. They have 217.
Run it again. Get to the end of the third quarter with a 3rd and short or another 1st and 10. And then just keep running in the fourth quarter and hope to, extend your lead. Even if you kick a field goal, go 26-15, it's a 2-score game at 11. Then they need a touchdown and a 2-point to tie at 23 now as it is, but then they need, that touchdown, 2-point, and a field goal at 11 to tie at 26 if you get a, field goal. First down to end the third quarter with an 8-point lead. Momentum's been on your side since halftime. From the first interception to the second interception to the blocked punt, as you're down 15-6, up 16-15, up 23-15. You have a lead now going into the fourth quarter. Pressure's on the Jets to do something. Pittsburgh's in a good spot. You just can't do anything stupid. You got to, keep putting it to them. Don't turn the ball over. Run the ball, work clock. But like I said, I'll take a field goal of 11, 26-15. Would love a touchdown, though. And then you go up 15. You go up 30-15, and it's a 2-score game. They need a touchdown and then a touchdown and a 2-point just to tie at 30 with only 15 minutes to play. So, they're in a good spot. They are in a good spot. Obviously it took some time, but from Fields to Russell Wilson, it's them in the second half. It's been like this every fucking game for the most part. They played well in the second half on offense after a slow start. Obviously, yeah, you'd like a faster start, but second half, that's when they're playing their best, especially on offense. Defense is still there in the second half, as they normally always are, making stops. So another big drive here to go get some more points to tack onto your lead. As I said, run the ball. Work clock. Work as much clock as you possibly can. So we'll see what happens. Back to these college football scores from this past weekend. Recap. As mentioned on Friday night, Oregon beat Purdue 35-0. BYU came back at home in the Big 12 to beat Oklahoma State 38-35. Duke beat Florida State 23-16. And Fresno State 24-21 win at Nevada. Texas barked up the wrong tree. Georgia had their ears pinned back. Similar situation with the refs from that game last night to this game tonight. And Georgia upset number 1 Texas 30-15. I truly wouldn't want to be number 1 in college football right now, because you've already had a few teams ranked number 1 lose. I get 12-team playoff. You might not drop far, but then you lose again, let them lose again. You're going to be in a tough spot. Look at Alabama, for instance. But yeah, Georgia beat Texas last night 30-15. Miami went to Louisville, skid by again, 52-45. Tennessee smoking cigars at home against Alabama 24-17. LSU went to Fayetteville, beat up on the Hogs of Arkansas 34-10. Iowa State came back and won, almost got upset by UCF, but Cyclones 38-35. And then Clemson beat Virginia 48-31. And then we'll get into the rest of the top 25 and the rest of the college football later. Najee Harris with a big first down run on the first play of the fourth quarter with a lead. Continue to run the football, work clock, score again, extend your lead, go up 2 scores at 26, 30-15. Pressure's on the Jets to do something. And then you continue to get stops. You're even in a better spot, and you're probably going to win the game. Run. First and 10, Pittsburgh at the 16. Run it. Run it down their fucking throat. Hand off to Naj again. And he gets 4 yards. 2nd and 6 coming up. And then guess what? Steelers score here off of a blocked field goal. Okay, that's 3 points the Jets don't have. Say at 18 then. But whether they have that field goal or not, Pittsburgh scores, go up 30-15. Regardless of the 2-point play from earlier. More so, okay, they have it because they do. But then 30-15, when you have 14 points off of 2 turnovers, you're back to 16-15. The Jets don't turn the ball over, they're still in this game. But because they have the 2 turnovers, Pittsburgh's capitalizing off of their mistakes and winning football games that way. Just not against them. They did to the Raiders. They should have done it to the fucking Cowboys. And if they want to turn the ball over against the Colts, they already had 3 wins before then. They're fucking undefeated at 7-0 after tonight. Not fucking 5-2. But you're still 5-2. You're leading the AFC North. And you're taking care of business every day before you get into division play in the AFC North. And if you take care of business then, you're sitting pretty come playoff time. 1st and goal, Pittsburgh at the 5. Russ up under center, hands off Najee Harris. Like, it's boiling down to, it feels like it doesn't matter who's playing quarterback for the Steelers. As much as people have been wanting Russ in, as much as people have wanted Fields to continue to play, whatever the case may be, they're helping him out in the run game, and they're playing Steeler defense, and they're getting points from Boswell, relying on special teams. They're capitalizing off of turnovers, from defense to offense, and putting teams in their fucking place. Making them, with their mistakes, making them cost themselves, making them shoot themselves in the foot. Wilson rolls out on play action, comes back, passing, complete, and 10 for Pickens. So 3rd and goal coming up. They're making them pay. Because we saw how Fields worked. We saw how Russ is working. I mean, the difference with Russ and it's the deep ball. Like, that's the thing with having both of them. You're there. And then it's a problem for the defenses. Because it's a good problem to have. I get 2 quarterbacks, you don't have 1, but they're still finding out who they are. That's what earlier we were saying. Well, you got to test this out. You got to test that out. 3rd and goal from the 5. Come on, you got to score off of it. Pass, caught, touchdown. Van Jefferson moving on up for 6. Steelers will extend their lead. Because you'll look at this game. Okay, yeah, Russ is playing well now, but you'll look at the stats for the season. Obviously, 1 game to 6 games. Like and the season progresses, it's gonna be very similar. That's why I said I don't think it matters who's playing quarterback for the Steelers. I don't. Not at this rate. No. They could play them fucking both. But obviously they're not going to. They probably should, come later in the year if it comes down to it. 30-15 Steelers now on top of the Jets. Back-to-back 30-point games because they're making teams pay for their mistakes with turnovers. That's 2 interceptions to 14 points and a blocked field goal for another 7. 21 points off of that, and you lead by 15. Once again, you have your 3 field goals, you'd still be down 6 at 15-9. You have the 7 points off of a blocked field goal, no 2 interceptions. You're only up 1 at 16-15. So, they're playing good right now. They're starting to figure out and find out who they are. They're getting momentum. They're keeping momentum. And they're building off of it. That's the best thing you could do. And they're going to be hot going into a bye week in 2 weeks. Obviously, they host the Giants next Monday night. Won't be home. Won't be watching that live. We'll watch it shortly after. They go into the bye then the following week, and then they go to Washington, and then they get into division play. That's why I said they're taking care of business now rather than going to need help later on, whether they do or don't take care of business later. So it's a long season, and it's still 1 game at a time. But they're playing some damn good ball. They are. And that's why I said, regardless who's playing quarterback, they're still making teams pay for their mistakes because of the defense and the running game. You know, so then it makes it easier on the quarterbacks. They don't have to do it all themselves. And if you don't agree with that, I don't know what to fucking tell you. But 30 to 15 Steelers. Update some stats.
Yeah, every night.
As here we are early fourth quarter now. They might be playing Renegade right about now. Two of my dad. So wave those towels because the Jets are going to be out on offense next. Rodgers is 15 no, sorry. There you go. Yeah. Oh, mama. And Hangman's coming for Rodgers. He's already thrown 2 picks, blocked field goal, 21 points off of it. You lead by 15. Do the math. Rodgers is a one man in the Steel City tonight. Get after him. Make him fucking pay. Shut these fucking Jets up. Send them to 2-5. You get to 5-2. You know? So Boswell on to kick off. And we'll have a touchback on the kick. So update these stats once more. Rodgers' hand is cleaned up, no blood. 18 of 31 for him, 220, a touchdown, but 2 picks. He didn't turn the ball over. They only trailed by 1. Russell Wilson, 15 of 28, 228, 2 touchdowns. Najee, 15 of 78 on the ground. Warren, 7 of 30. Pickens has 5 catches, 111 yards and a touchdown. Freiermuth, 2 of 51. Washington, 4 of 36. And then Jefferson with a touchdown. Defense chant from this crowd. And handoff, tackle for loss in the backfield. Joey Porter Jr. 2nd and long. Come on, defense. Keep getting after him. This crowd's on fucking fire. And a flag on the play. And a false start. So they'll replay it down. Be 2nd and longer than what it was on 2nd and long. Point some fingers. Turnover, turnover, turnover. That's what is probably about to happen. Second and 16, empty set for the Jets. Slant over the middle, caught, but tackled right away. Deshaun Elliott, be 3rd and long. Come on, defense. Third and 12 from the 28, another empty set. Play clock winding down to get the snap off. Rodgers, that's a hold. He tackled. That's a fucking hold. How is that not a penalty? Pass down the middle, caught, first down. Oh my God. How is that not a penalty for holding? That's not the first time tonight. That's like the millionth time tonight. Jesus Christ. Lazard almost dropped it too, by the way. But first down, Jets at the 47. Handoff, no. Fake the give. Dump off, yes. Wilson on the tackle after a yard pickup. Under 10 to play. 15-point lead. You got to hold it. You can't let Rodgers come back and beat you. Obviously, they're down 15. They need a touchdown, and touchdown 2 point to tie. If that's, where you stand at 30 if you don't get anything else. Another false start. Back him up again. Come on, defense. From the 43, 2nd and 14. And over the middle, caught Wilson, missed tackles inside the 40, 35, 31. Wilson and Beanie Bishop, 2 rookies on the tackle.
I don't know who needed that one more, Aaron Rodgers or Garrett Wilson. He's had a few misplays here tonight, but then you get a little flavor of what is possible, of why that Devontae Davis thinks he's going to be fitted for a gold jacket one day, and how he can't wait to help him get there.
5 catches now, 61 yards. That was the longest of the night to Wilson. 27-yard gain.
Rodgers creeping up on 300 yards, which is something he hasn't done in a while. Dump off, caught, first down, on 1st and 10 they get 5. Make it 2nd and 5. So they give up a score here. I mean, this goes back to the Jets also missing that field goal. Steelers scored off that, but give up a score here. Okay, you're down, or you're up, and Jets are down by 7 or 8, depending on what they do after this, if they'd score. You got to go on one of those drives and fucking chew clock, run the ball, make them call their timeout, so you only have 2 plus 2-minute warning. Dump off on a screen, it's incomplete. So 3rd and 5 coming up.
That was some play by John Benton inside number 95. He was in the drill. They're trying to
Come on, defense. Telling you, another turnover's coming. Telling you. Pressure, dump off, boom, big hit. No gain on the play. They might give him a half yard, but 4th down, obviously they're going to go for it. This might be your ball game if they don't convert, because they'll be down 15 then. The Steelers can drive and chew up some clock and maybe score again. 4th and 5, Steelers call a timeout. Steelers call a timeout. So timeout. Stop the clock. There's Tomlin smiling at Rodgers. Just like Rodgers smiled at him a couple years ago when he was still in Green Bay back at Tomlin. Yeah, they almost caught him with 12 on defense, but now they call timeout real quick. And then remember, that goes back earlier too. What was it? Delay a game, and they gave him the timeout. Yeah. Well, 12 on defense, they gave him the timeout. So, eat that. 4th and 4, Jets obviously going to go for it here. Come on, defense, get another stop. Get turnover on downs and score off of that. Put them away. Empty set, 4th and 4. Rodgers batted down, incomplete. Turnover on downs. Pittsburgh's getting the ball back. 7:53 to play, up 15. Keanu Benton. Defense, defense, defense. Making them pay. And this ain't just tonight. This was last week. If only they would have able to fucking capitalize off of Cowboys' mistakes, they would have beat them. And like I said, don't turn the ball over to Indy they would have beat them too. And then they already had won as much as they did earlier. Be undefeated right now. They would be, seriously. Like, I'm just not saying that and making shit up. It's fucking true. If you would have watched the games, you'd know. But they'll be 5-2 after tonight if this lead holds, 30-15, if they don't, score a little bit more. That's what I said. I don't think it really matters right now who's playing quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, even though that's what everybody's going to be fucking talking about. Okay? It's the run game, and it's the defense, and it's the turnovers, and getting points off the turnovers. And another mistake by the Jets. Blocked field goal, turnover on downs here. See if they can score off of that. But 14 points off of turnovers. And you lead by 15. 21 points off of the 2 turnovers and the blocked field goal. And you lead by 15. You'd be down, let alone up a point, if no turnovers, no mistakes by them. And then that would have been a huge stop to, if you're up or down in that regard, if, say they don't have what they have, to drive and score and win the game here. But they still need to drive and, at least work clock here, if not anything else. Just, they're down 15. Just try to run as much clock as you can. Run the football. Maybe, go deep, put a dagger into them, and that'll be it. Even a field goal, you go up 33-15. It's similar score as what it was last week. And they got how many points off of turnovers then? That's what I said. If only they would have been able to capitalize off the Cowboys' mistakes and not turn the ball over twice on the right side of the 50 against the Colts, especially once in the red zone, and you lose by 3 in both of those games. And you're 4-2, should be undefeated. You definitely 7-0 after tonight, 8-0 maybe next week, going into the bye week for God's sakes. And it's a whole different fucking story, Like, everybody's going to be talking about the quarterbacks, but what they need to be talking about is the defense and the running game and special teams, because that's how the Steelers are winning fucking football games right now. Because the quarterbacks don't have to do that much. They don't. They are, but they don't need to. Handoff. Najee Harris. No game to play. 2nd and 10. Because the pressure's off of them. They don't have to do it all themselves. If they had to do it all themselves, they'd be fucking screwed. Probably. But then, with where they're at, there's only more room to improve. You think they're playing good now, just wait. If they can keep it up. Here, buddy, sit down. Go lay down. Wilson gonna throw. Wide open. Calvin Austin out past midfield. Stay in bounds. They push him out. 35-yard line or so. Get down and run the football. Get down and run the football. I'm telling you, work this clock. You scored, go 33, 37, 15, game's over. Game's probably fucking over now as it is, but you just want to work clock on this drive as much as you possibly can. Run the football. And there's a deep ball. Which wasn't even a deep ball. It was a fucking crosser over the middle, and he's wide open. So yeah, he's going to throw him the ball. So from the 39, 1st and 10. Hand off Maj. Up the middle, lowering the shoulder for 4, maybe 5 yards. 2nd down.
So the yardage number 264 for Russell Wilson on the night. That is the most in a debut by a Steeler quarterback. Breaking the record of Earl Morrall when he debuted with the Steelers back in the late 50s.
That Earl Morrall?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh, one of my heroes.
Showing your age there, Chris. 2nd and 6 from the 35. Under 6 to play. Out of the eye again. Run it. Down here. Run it down. Fuck through. Put it to him. Hand off Najee Harris. And a yard. Pile pushing. That's a first down, but they already blew the whistle. So third down. I mean, they're playing old school smash mouth football. You know, they're celebrating the 1974 Super Bowl IX team, wearing throwbacks. Like I said, they've never lost wearing these throwback uniforms. They haven't. They're 4-0. Wore them back-to-back years. Took a couple years off. Wore them back-to-back years. Now tonight. 3rd and 4. Trips in a bunch. Top your screen. Just think they get another fucking receiver in this offense. Toss to Jalen Warren. First down. Which seemingly they're fine with who they have because they haven't made any fucking moves. You know. But they still might for all we know. Another Steeler first down. Yeah, it's the offensive line. Even with all the injuries, they're run. That's why I said everybody's going to be talking about the quarterbacks. No, they need to be talking about the running game more so than not, the defense, and then special teams. They're winning and playing and winning because of it. Complimentary, fundamentally sound football. Like plain and simple, end of story. Like there would be teams high and low, through thick and thin, wanting to be playing football like this. And finally the Steelers are going back with Arthur Smith as their offense coordinator, you know, to that old school mentality. Up front, run the football, Steeler defense. Obviously, yeah, still take your points so you can get them. But you go from Roethlisberger for 18 years, past 2 years with Kenny Pickett, and then sign Russ. Pickett throws a hissy fit, trade him to Philly. He did play a little bit earlier today, backup relief with the Eagles, but didn't do much. So congrats to him. And then they, you know, trade for Fields. And then Russ gets hurt. Fields comes in, get the 4-2. And then Russ gets a start tonight, you know, which was a hot topic to say the least, because this just ain't something Pittsburgh would normally do. If they were 2-4, then yeah, most definitely they probably would have made a move. But then they yet still make the move at 4-2. And then, yeah, that's what Collinsworth was saying right now, the deep ball, going vertical. And that's why I said that's going to be, as I mentioned earlier, you don't believe me, go back and listen to it. That's what I said earlier, if you're just not tuning in. And thanks for tuning in. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code. 30-15 Steelers with 3.5 to play. Timeout Jets to try to stop the clock for what it's worth. 3rd and 4 coming up for the Steelers. But if there was going to be a difference offensively, it was going to be a deep ball by Russ. Handoff on a draw to Warren. They'll push the pile and get a first down. That's a first down. Thank you. And, like, so I said, I think regardless of who's playing quarterback for the Steelers, I don't think it matters. I don't. Not at this rate. Because you saw how they played in 6 games under Fields. Should have been undefeated. But because of turnovers, they lost 2 different games by a total of 6 points, 3 apiece. And then back-to-back 30-point performances. And they're making teams pay because of turnovers. And they're still running the ball and they're still playing defense and, you know, relying on Boswell for some kicks and special teams. And now we've got a challenge flag on the field. Jets going to challenge this. Hey, they at least threw the challenge flag on the field this time rather than drop it on the sideline, and they still score out of it. And then that sequence, okay, they go up 15-6 Steelers. It's a turnover 2 weeks in a row right before halftime. They get momentum, they keep momentum, and they fucking put it to him in the second half. So the Jets are going to challenge that he was short. It'd be 4th and short rather than 1st and 10. So if they lose the challenge, they'll just have the 2-minute warning as their last time out. The Steelers are first down here anyway. And then, you know, Pittsburgh's not even going to need to score potentially. They can just fucking knee it out under 2 minutes to play, and then that'll do it. That'll be all sure. The Steelers will win here on Sunday Night Football. Something they should have fucking done 2 weeks ago on Sunday Night Football early Monday morning. But because of the turnovers, that they couldn't capitalize off of. They lose by 3. Even though they still had their chance to make a stop on 4th and goal at the end of the game. They couldn't. So it backtracks. It boils down to that then. And then the week prior. They're 3-0, lose 2, win now. At home against the Giants next Monday night. Like I said, won't be home. We'll watch it after the fact, as we won't be watching it live. But then they go on a bye week. So they're going to have momentum going into the bye and into the second half of the season. They're playing good. They are. I mean, what else is there to say? Like, you might not like it, but you got to respect it. Because I can guarantee you there's a bunch of people out there right now that are fucking hating us. But, hey, that's their fucking problem. Not mine. Not the Steelers. So... I can tell you who's absolutely loving this, other than the Steelers. It's the rest of the AFC East. It's the Bills, it's the Patriots, it's the Dolphins. And Buffalo right now, yeah, they're going to win that division. And then one of those 3 teams, more so if Tua comes back, if the Jets can, do something down the stretch, it's going to be one of those 2 to, make it as a wild card. Maybe, potentially. But you look at the playoff, standings, just within in division. Pittsburgh's going to be at 5-2. You're going to want to root for Tampa Bay tomorrow night to hold that lead, because if not, both Steelers and Ravens will be 5-2 atop the North. The Bengals might do something, but it looks like both the Steelers and Ravens out of the North, the Bills out of the East, the Texans out of the South, and obviously the Chiefs out of the West. So what's that? As there's Mr. Rogers in his neighborhood. Had Michael Keaton kick off the game. I'm sure Brett Michaels is waving his terrible towel somewhere. But you have, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Houston. They're going to say he's short. Just short. So the Jets are going to win that challenge. And it's going to be 4th and inches for Pittsburgh. They're going to go for it, which, okay, you could just fucking kick it, go up 33-15. It's a 3-score game at 18, and they have 1 timeout and 2:44 to play. It's a 3-score game, game's over. But if you go for it and get it, game's for sure over. You don't need to score again. So they'll sneak it on 4th and inches, and I don't know again. Depends on the spot. I didn't think he got it on the sneak on the touchdown, but they gave it to him. And they might have to measure here again on this. They're going to bring up Chain Gang for a measurement. Because say you don't get it, it's, 30-15. They drive and score twice with a 2-point tied at 30. Like, you're looking back at this then to, well, you should have just fucking kicked it. You go up 18, it's 3 scores. But then, okay, in the World Series is set. It'll be Yankees-Dodgers. That starts on Friday. And that's a first down. Come on. They're going to measure. That's a first down. Thank you. And that'll do it. That's ball game. They got a timeout plus 2-minute warning. Steelers might need to get on first down. But that's it. They're at 15. And the Jets, well, they could challenge again, couldn't they? Because they didn't challenge earlier. That was their first challenge. They just won. So if you win your first challenge, you get an extra challenge. So they could very well challenge here again. That's a first down. 2 sneaks and didn't think they got either of them, but then they get the touchdown, they get the first down. And the Jets are going to challenge again. I mean, why not? I mean, they have nothing to lose. Yeah. So they're going to look at it. But no, it's the same with the playoff pitcher, halfway in for the most part. Yeah, you're looking at the Bills, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Texans, the Chiefs, and then you need 2 more. In the East, it's either going to be the Jets or the Dolphins. if the Jets can go on the run or the Dolphins can get Tua back and they play well. But then we know how they play in the cold in the playoffs if they even make the playoffs. So there's that for you. And then the Colts are there maybe. They can get healthy. I think it's probably more so out west. You look at the Chargers. The Broncos are playing pretty good, So that's the AFC for you. NFC, we'll get into that next week because the Steelers play the Giants. But and remember, the Jets are going to get Hassan Reddick back. He's going to report tomorrow. But Jets still might do something. We'll see. But Pittsburgh, it's going to stand as called. First down, Pittsburgh. So the Jets are going to lose that challenge now. They'll lose their third and final timeout. So now they just have the 2-minute warning as their final timeout. And Pittsburgh can probably knee it out. Yeah. Like Pittsburgh's in a good spot because they're making teams pay. Kansas City's winning by playing with who they have with all the injuries. The Bills, can they win in the playoffs? The Ravens, sort of the same thing. Because they can beat the NFC, but they can't beat the AFC come playoff time for the most part. And then you got some young teams, even though their head coaches have experience come playoff time. So they toss it for a couple yards, 2nd and 7 coming up. That'll take us a 2-minute warning. So this will be the final timeout of the game. And the Steelers are going to beat the Jets. So with 2 minutes to play, it's 30-15 Steelers. 2nd and 7, yeah, they might need to get another first down. Because if they knee it out, you get the 4th down, you might not get under 40 seconds. You just got to get it under 40, that last under minute. And then, teams will walk out, they'll do it, because they know the game's over. So 2nd and 7 from the 15. And a toss near side. Najee Harris going to cut back. And down to the 10 he goes. 3rd down. So drain this clock. Don't snap it till you have to. Yeah, the Jets are Mets fans. The Giants are Yankee fans. Devontae Adams, the first game, 3 catches, 30 yards, but they shut him down in the second half. And it's the turnovers is what's costing the Jets tonight. Yep, turnovers. But same thing to the Raiders, Like Steelers are making teams pay because of turnovers. 3rd and 2, they'll toss it. Jalen Warren far side. He cuts back in. Nope. It'll be 4th and a yard with about a minute to play. So, can they drain the clock out or not? Are they going to have to fucking kick a field goal? Or get a first down on 4th down here again? Game's over for sure. Yeah. And should be 8-0 then at that point if they win. Yeah. They're going to go for it here again on 4th down. And now call timeout. Their 3rd and final with 30 seconds. You can't mess around with 30 seconds on the clock and try to run a clock out. Just 3 seconds and you fucking run around and heave it. Game's over. And there's the schedule. Yeah, that's what I said. They'll get in the thick of the AFC North after the bye. But
I want to know myself. I want my team to know, because when we hit this part of our schedule right here, when we start jumping into those games that are against the guys in our division, I want answers. I don't want questions. I don't want to answer your questions that you're asking me here today. And
they're looking pretty damn good, I'll tell you that much.
they're a different team. This is a much better
Yes.
passing offense.
Yes. Well,
Moments away, Melissa interviews with Scarlett.
yeah, but like I said, I don't think it really matters who's playing quarterback. I don't. You're in a good spot with whoever does play, because you're still running the ball, you're still playing defense, and you're getting points on special teams. And they're making teams pay for turnovers. But they're playing complimentary sound football. Handoff, Najee Harris. He's going to walk in, touchdown. So the Jets will get the ball back. But that'll be the dagger. That's probably a bad beat, let alone, you're very happy right now with an anytime touchdown for Najee Harris with 26 seconds to play. They go up 36-15. Now, this is the most points they've scored so far this season. We're adding a couple more each week. We'll see what they score next week. But, yeah. For sure. Extra point up and good. 37-15. 69 points last two games for everybody that likes that. Yeah, 4th and 2, they go for it again, just around the clock. Get first down to knee it, but Najee gets the first down and then some and walks in touchdown. So yeah, just imagine if they could get healthy with all the injuries and they're going to continue to play like this. Like, watch the hell out. Like, offensively, it's the run game. Defensively, it's, okay, missed tackles, but they're getting turnovers. They're stopping the run for the most part. It's the turnovers, and the offense is capitalizing off of them now, and they're making teams pay. That's what, 28 points. And you're going to win 37-15 with 2 interceptions, a blocked field goal, and a turnover on downs. And then they had 9 points off of 3 field goals. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there, you know, complimentary football. And they're making teams pay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could care less who's playing quarterback right now. It's regards who's playing quarterback. They're still winning. They played like this fucking last week with Fields. They're playing like this now tonight with Wilson. You know, yeah, dangerous. And like I said, if they can get healthy, continue to play like this down the stretch, obviously don't get too hot too early, but Jets will hand off and that'll do it. Steelers are going to win 37-15 because they're running the football. They're playing defense. They're getting turnovers. They're scoring off of them. They're getting field goals. They have to. And what did TJ Watt do tonight? Bat down. Other than that, not much. So post-game handshakes. Steelers win it 37-15. They're 5-2. The Jets fall to 2-5. The Steelers shut them out in the second half, I might add. Remember, it was 15-13 at halftime. And it's going to be here we go because it's the fucking team motto. It's the team slogan. That's what he did. Go Hawks. You know, Broncos country, let's ride. Like, you ever look at the fucking hashtags on social media for the teams? Like, they make more out of it than it fucking needs to be. Like, it's fucking basic. They're 5-2. They should be fucking 7-0 right now. That's what pisses me off. Even in the win, that's what pisses me off. They should be fucking undefeated. Obviously, I'm taking the win. A win's a win. They're 5-2 because they very well could be what the Jets are right now, 2-5. You know, because you go back through the games, like, yeah, there's chances it doesn't go their way. Like, you're not where you're at, but they're in a good spot. They are, and they're only going to keep getting better. Hopefully, you know, that's the thing. And hey, guess what? This Sunday night football game ended, you know, on time, about 11:30, like most Sunday night football games do. Not like it was 2 weeks ago after the weather delay, and it's really fucking Monday morning, and then they lose the way they do. And man, that week was shitty. It was. But then they won last week. They win tonight. You know, Penn State won the way they won last week. USC obviously off yesterday. They go to Wisconsin next Saturday night. Be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube for those. Live play, watch long reactions as well. Steelers host the Giants next Monday night. I won't be home though, so I won't be watching those live. Watch that game shortly then after, as I try my best to always stay off social media if I'm in that situation. I'm good at that. So, because I mean, shit, I don't really get on there, you know, much as it is anymore anyway. So, should be all right with not knowing, you know, what happened. But we're still going to watch the game regardless. I'm thinking about next Tuesday, you know, but at the same point in time, it's going to be sometime from then until that week. Because even though they're off the following week on a bye, I want to get it done before college football that weekend, and the NFL that weekend as well. So, like I said, it'll be sometime by the end of the month because Halloween's that Thursday. But they're 5-2, 37-15 your final. They're 2.5-point underdogs. Over under was right around 40. I mean, shit, they almost hit that themselves for God's sakes. You know, they added a few more points on to what they had last week for God's sakes. You know, so that's what I said. Quarterback wise, it's a good problem to have. We knew that, but it's an even better problem to have now. Because I don't think it really fucking matters who's playing quarterback, because they're still winning football games because of the running game and the defense and special teams. Because the quarterbacks don't have to do it all themselves. You know, that's the good thing. That's what people are missing. Because everybody's going to be talking about how Russell came in and played better than Justin Fields. He played well, yes. He threw for more yards for sure. Yeah, like I said, it's the deep ball. You know, Pickens is going to be happy. Beanie Bishop played his ass off tonight. It's somebody new on defense every week too, I might add. But it's the teams that they're playing, their mistakes. Their mistakes, and they're making teams pay. So post-game interviews. They get the game balls. And then you get something going. That's what momentum. And they make teams pay off the turnovers. So you believe. Yeah.
Your first 2 interceptions of your career come off of Aaron Rodgers. What were you seeing?
Man, I mean, we knew how he liked to attack us. Whenever he see the
And they got Beanie Bishop as an undrafted rookie free agent. How did they, let alone all the other 31 teams, not fucking draft his ass? That's what I want to know. Because he's getting better each week. He's their nickel. And they're going to get Cam Sutton back after the bye too, I might add.
You did try. What is your plan to do with those footballs?
Man, I really want to get him signed in frame for real.
You're going to ask him to sign them?
Yeah, for sure.
Ask the quarterback you picked off to sign him, and then get them framed because of your first interceptions of your career.
We're capable of a lot.
Capable of a lot for sure. He's right. Yeah,
We left a lot on the table.
they did.
There's a lot more to go get.
A lot more to go get. Let's eat.
And we believe that.
Here we go.
We should keep getting better, you know, and we're excited, man. Just another win, you know. And
A win's a win, yeah.
Justin
Keep chopping.
Got us in this position. What a great player he is. Just this whole team, I really love it. Just really love being here. And, shout out to the scene, the kids. I don't know if they're still here or not. This lady, but I'm just grateful, man. God gave me an opportunity.
And
Yeah.
I know you've had your catchphrases in Seattle and in Denver. You want to sign us off with
It's here we go.
We'll just wait. We'll wait till the end. We'll see what happens.
Wait till the end of what?
We'll wait till the end.
We'll wait till the end, he says. He's not going to do it.
Suspense, the drama. Congratulations, guys.
He's the starter for now, not. All right. He's not going to say much other than what he already said. See, they'll love him if he wins. They'll hate his ass if, he's sucking ass and they're losing. Because that's what it seemingly was trending towards early. It's like, no, they were playing well with Fields, and then he starts to heat up. But that's why I said, regardless of who's playing quarterback, they're winning with Fields or winning with Wilson. How many teams would love to have two quarterbacks that have won a total of 5 games? And it's week fucking 7. They're 5-2, should be undefeated. A lot, okay? Tomlin with the kiss. And goodbye and good night. See you later. So they'll sign off on Sunday Night Football with postgame. They'll preview next week. But, yeah, kiss this. Big win for sure. It's a big game coming in. A lot of energy. We talked about it earlier. And you saw the president, and hopefully soon to be next president, in attendance. Had him witness, how it was, and then what it got to, and hopefully it can just continue to go upwards from here. Sort of same thing politically right now. You know how good it was for 4 years, how shitty it's been the past 4 years, and what it needs to fucking get back to. Same thing with Steeler football. Good day in the NFL. Cap it off here with a win. Like I said, what's pissing me off though is that and hopefully the rest of the Steeler Nation sees it too. I get they'll say, well, because turnovers. Yeah, but I'm saying, well, because of turnovers too. It's just literally the same thing. They should be undefeated. They should be. At least, 6-1 now? You lose one of those 2 3-point losses, 3-point games. If not win them both, you're undefeated, like I said. But you're not. Okay, it is what it is. You're 5-2. So, because it's reap what you sow, they turned it over. Couldn't capitalize off turnovers then. Since then, no, they haven't turned the ball over, and they've capitalized off turnovers. So it's still the main thing, turnovers, and they're making teams pay now. Like that's the thing; it only can go up from here, right? You'd hope. Like they're in a good spot. They're taking care of business now. They're playing well, and they haven't even played in the division yet. Just imagine, they played decent there. Even if they go 500 in the division, they're probably still in the playoffs. You probably want to win the division. You want home playoff games. You don't want to have to go on the road. But that's still a ways away. There's still a lot of football to play. We're not getting into that. First month and a half, though, you got another game next Monday night. And then you go on a bye. They're starting to click. They're starting to put shit together. And the 2 games they lost, they should have won. That's the thing that just pisses me off. Because I know what I saw. But a big win, big game, big win. Huge, if you will, with who was in attendance. I think I might go eat some McDonald's in celebration. Yeah, just they're gonna piss a lot of people off. I can tell you that. That's what I said with Steelers. You either like them or you don't. But hopefully, if you don't, you know, because if you don't respect them, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't like that's fucking on you. Like you got to respect how teams play. And they're going old school, they're making teams pay with turnovers, but that's what I said with the quarterback situation. They're winning with both of them now, so it doesn't matter. So shut the fuck up about it, okay? And that's why I said they're probably going to play both of them at some point in time. Why wouldn't you? You'd be stupid not to. Because then you're just going to give the defense more fits. And you have a strong running game. You have one of the, if not the best defense in the league. You know how the Steelers normally play on defense anyway, okay? And then special teams, from made kicks to them blocking kicks, whether that be field goals, extra points, punts, There's really nothing in the return game by any means, no doubt about it. But it's basic fundamentals. It's complementary sound football. It is. It's all three phases. You need offense, you need defense, you need special teams to win. And when all three are clicking in the same game, 9 times out of 10 you're going to win unless something fucking crazy happens. That's just the fact of it. So we'll get to some stats here in a minute. As always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And then I know we didn't get into a full college football recap. We did recap the NFL and preview the NFL. I know we didn't get to a full college football recap or a preview. But we'll get into that next weekend. From this past weekend and next weekend too. So stay tuned for that next Saturday. And then obviously the Steelers don't play next Sunday. They play next Monday night at home, but I ain't going to be home. So I won't be watching that game live. So no live play-by-play, watch-along reactions next Monday night for the Giants and Steelers Monday night clash. As hopefully they'll be able to beat an NFC East team at home in prime time in the month of October, unlike the Cowboys a couple weeks ago, because they should have won that game. They should have beat the Colts a week prior. Should be undefeated, but they're 5-2. It is what it is. So I'll shut up about it. I just know what I saw, but because of turnovers, they're 5-2. But they're 5-2, like good position, right, sort of halfway down the stretch. I get they have 18 weeks now, so it's not technically week 9 at this rate. It's week 7, but their bye week will be week 9. That'll be halfway for them. That's a perfect bye week. It's literally smack dab in the fucking center of the season. Obviously, you would probably like it still a little bit later. You can get bye weeks up to like 2 weeks before Christmas now because of how late they play in January before the playoffs start. That's why I said, just imagine they can get fucking healthy with who they have out right now. Get Frazier back up under center, get Herbig coming off the edge defensively. They're going to get Cam Sutton off of suspension, but Beanie Bishop's playing some damn good ball. So they're going to have to find some playing time, obviously, for everybody. They're going to hope to at least get 1, if not 2, or all 3 guys up front on the line who are done for the year, back at some point in time, too. We'll see about that, let alone Patterson running back, behind Harrison Warren, for God's sakes. And then just imagine if they can get another receiver into this offense or if they already have them, just, get them the ball. Van Jefferson had a touchdown tonight. That's a first. He's been the number 2. Because remember, they wanted to trade for this player. They wanted to trade for that player. They still might trade for some, buddy, for all we know. And their bye week, with trade deadline, it's right there. Like they can make a move right before, say, right after next week's game. They go on a bye. The trade deadline's there. Move's already made, and then there's practice reps, and then that guy's good to go then for the next week. Like you got to get acclimated. You got to get accustomed to the system. But that's if they even do anything at all, because they might just be content with who they have. But then if you don't do anything, it might backfire on you, down the stretch. Well, if you look at it, say we, whatever, in December or into January in the playoffs, well, they could have used this player, or used somebody to this caliber. But then it's also, well, do you want to give up something for them, or which is at this rate going to be draft, picks, or, do you want to make a move and then they don't do anything for you anyway, and then you're just, fine with where you were. Like it feels like the locker room camaraderie, everybody's getting along, and they know what it fucking takes to win, and they want to win, and rightfully so, because they should want to win. I mean, fucking, name of the game is winning. You don't want to fucking lose. You don't want to be the fucking Browns. You don't want to be the fucking, fill in the blank with teams that suck right now. So, if only those 2 games they lost, they win one of them, if not win both of them, with the turnovers, not turning it over, scoring off them, they're one more win in the win-loss column than losses, let alone, undefeated. No losses just yet. I mean, it still is what it is, like I said, I'll leave it at that, in that regard. But, no, they're in a good spot. They are. They truly are. So, like I said, just imagine if they can get healthy and continue to play like this. If they continue to run the football, wear defenses out, with whoever's playing quarterback. Like I said, I don't think it matters. I don't. Everybody's going to be talking about quarterbacks. Well, who should be playing? Who should be playing? Who should be playing? Playing both. Settle it. Playing fucking both. Seriously, because they've won with both. That's proven. That's a fact. Okay? How you do it, they'll figure it out. They're testing this out. They're testing that out. Do what it takes to win, Find a way to win. Because that's what I said, regardless of who's playing quarterback. Seriously, whoever's playing quarterback, I don't think it matters. Because they're running the football, and they're playing damn good defense, and then Boswell's making kicks when needed. 9 points on field goals, and then 14 points off 2 interceptions, 7 off of a blocked field goal, and then 7 off of a turnover on downs. And they work clock, on top of all that. They control time of possession. Yeah, the refs tonight, it's going to look like they called it down the middle, in the final stats and scores, because there was a couple false starts and all that, late on the Jets. But how many missed holds do they have? How many calls did they throw against the Steelers, and then the same thing happened against the Jets, and they didn't fucking call it? So, like, that's what it goes both ways. They got to call it down the middle. I get you don't see everything, you miss some shit, but it's like, I don't have a problem when you call it down the middle. You call it one-sided, shit hits the fan then for sure. Because that's what you're trying to beat your opponent, but then you're also trying to beat the fucking refs. It's just one of those that doesn't need to happen. But they still took care of business regardless. They made them pay. off of their mistakes. You know, they were up 3-0. Jets scored. They kick another field goal at 7-6. And then that's when, shit got wacky. Sequence of, well, did the Jets score in a run? Looked so, maybe not. They said no, the Jets were going to challenge. They challenged, but they couldn't even throw the fucking challenge flag onto the field. They threw it, dropped it on the sideline. In the meantime, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets offense snapped the ball, got wide open in the end zone, they score off of it. Okay? So they didn't need a challenge then because they scored anyway. Because the refs weren't going to give them the challenge because the ball was already snapped. And then the extra point was blocked. But then they said penalty on the Steelers. Jets took the penalty, decided to go for 2. Got the 2. That's why it was 15-6. But then right before halftime. So it's the typical Steeler game in which it's a slow start. They get something going, sometime in the second quarter, get momentum into halftime, carry it into halftime, into the second half, and really don't look back. Because that's where we've been at for the most part. Because they've been a second half offense. Defensively, they're there the whole game, whether they're making stops or not. Should be making more stops in the first half, no doubt about it, rather than being down by however much they are at that point. Missed tackles, obviously they score, they give up a score, so on and so forth. You get the point. But, they went for 2 and got it. It's 15-6. Steelers get an interception, Beanie Bishop's first off of Aaron Rodgers here this evening, and no return. But they go 55 yards in like 45 seconds just prior to half, score, cut it to 15-13. That 2-point conversion was the difference at that point in time at halftime. It was 15-13 at halftime. The Steelers won 37-15, so they shut out the Jets in the second half, I might add, as well. Second half rolls around. Steelers have momentum going into halftime, into the third quarter. Jets were getting the ball to begin the third quarter, too. Steeler defense gets a stop. Steeler defense gets a stop. There was a trend. Steelers defense kept getting stops, okay? Because they shut them out in the second half, third, fourth quarters. If only the Jets didn't turn the ball over, because Rodgers threw another pick. Beanie Bishop almost returned it to the house for a touchdown. Brought down to 1. Had an injury time out there for a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. And then they snuck it in. Touchdown. Go up 23-15. So it's an 8-point game. Still one score, but 8-point game. Touchdown, 2-point tie. And then the refs with how they were playing, okay, and calling the game is what it is. Wins win at the end of the day. It's all that matters, But so they score, go 23-15. Scored again, 30-15 after the blocked field goal. Okay, Rodgers had 2 interceptions. Steelers scored twice off of it, 14 points. Do the math. Pittsburgh's only up 1. They score off the blocked field goal and have no interceptions, and the Jets are still in the game. But no, because the interceptions, and the Steelers got 14 points off of them, and, had a lead, blocked field goal, score for that, go up 30-15, and then also turnover on downs later, drive and score, a couple fourth down conversions on that drive as well, just to try to run the clock out. But then, okay, Najee runs it in, touchdown again, 37-15 your final score. So 9 points off of 3 field goals and 14 off of 2 interceptions, another 14 for a total of 28 there then with the 9 to get your 37. But 9 points off 3 field goals, 14 off 2 interceptions, and then 14 off of, with a 7 off of a blocked field goal, and then another 7 for that other 14 total off of the blocked, or the turnover on downs, excuse me. And like I said, they just put it to them. They made them pay for their mistakes, and we'll see who Rodgers is blaming now. Because obviously he doesn't turn the ball over, throw interceptions, they're still in that game. They are. to an extent. I get you still have the blocked field goal. I still understand also you know the turnover on downs, but credit to the Steeler defense. That's why I said everybody's going to be talking about the quarterbacks right now with the Steelers. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. Starter, backup, 1A, 1B, 1, 2. Kyle Allen's a third string. Okay, emergency third string if needed. Everybody's going to be talking about quarterbacks. Okay, and rightfully so. You can talk about it all you want. But I'm not. Because I don't think it really matters who plays quarterback for the Steelers right now. I don't. Because they've won with both of them. And they've helped both of them out in their running game and Steeler defense and special teams. And they win tonight on Sunday Night Football, 37-15, your final score. Final stats and scores before we sign off, as we're burning the midnight oil. As the Jets will go to the Patriots next Sunday, the Steelers will host the Giants on Monday Night Football. Once again, I will not be home next Monday night, so I will not be watching live. So no live play-by-play watch-along reactions, but we'll be watching it shortly then after the fact. Probably next Tuesday, if not Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, late October into November. But before that weekend's football matchups for sure in college football and the NFL, even though the Steelers have a bye. If they didn't have a bye, I'd for sure definitely be getting it in as soon as I possibly can. But they do have a bye, but I'm still going to try to fit it in as soon as possible. But tonight on Sunday Night Football, as mentioned, the Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. Aaron Rodgers, 24-39, 276. Still hasn't cracked 300 yards passing in quite a while. A touchdown and 2 interceptions. The Steelers got 14 points off of. Okay, you take the 2 interceptions off the board. Pittsburgh still gets 14 points off of, the blocked field goal and the turnover on downs. Those 2 scoring drives. It's 23-15. It's a 1-score game. It's not, what it turned out to be in a 3-score win for Pittsburgh. 37-15, once again, your final score. They only sacked him once. It was Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi early in the game. TJ Watt had a bat down. Didn't do much else. Cam Hayward with a couple tackles. Special teams, though, with the 9 points, the blocked field goal, defense with the turnover and down stop, just getting off the field. Because remember, at halftime, they're 0-6 on third down offensively, and they really couldn't get off the field on defense on third down. So they cracked down there, obviously. They stopped Devontae Adams as well. I mean, it was Rodgers and Breece Hall, you think about it. Wilson and Lazard played better than Adams because Adams got shut down in the second half. But the Jets are 2-5. I mean, what? You can only lose up to 3 more games and then finish, above 500. They're 2-5, so you'd have to go 9-8 at that rate. If not, 12-5 down the stretch if they fucking win out, which ain't gonna happen because nobody's gonna win 10 in a row here. It's just the NFL. I'd be absolutely shocked if that happened. I think everybody would. But then they would be like, oh, well, we knew this was going to happen, blah, 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 blah. Well, you're also 2-5. You had to, win out to do something for the most part. Like, this is a good win for the Steelers, too, potentially if the Jets, get back into play, the Steelers stumble somewhere. That's back to the Colts game, too. They lost that by 3. That would have been a good win to have. Just in case, come playoff time, seeding-wise, if, you're going to need help or not, basically. Because those 2 games at the Colts, the Jets here tonight at home, are the 2 AFC crossover games for the Steelers this year. So, the rest of the schedule, it's play the NFC East. They'll go to Washington. They'll host, obviously, New York next week. They'll go to Philly before Christmas. They already played 3 of the 4 AFC West teams. They host the Chiefs on Christmas. Going to look for a clean sweep there, as they already beat the Broncos, Chargers, and Raiders, for that matter. 2 of those 3 on the road, so that's why they'll get the Chiefs at home then on Christmas. And then it's a lot of fucking division games in the AFC North. With the Ravens twice, the Browns twice, and the Bengals twice. That's how the schedule lines up for them, and they're taking care of business now as it is. So that's what I'm saying. Watch out, especially if they can get healthy and continue to play like they're playing. Rodgers is 24-39, 276, a touchdown, 2 interceptions, sacked once, has 2 picks for 14 points. Steelers still win by 8, even if he doesn't, if everything else goes the way it did. But because of the interceptions, the Steelers had momentum, which led to everything else happening, and with the blocked field goal and the turnover on downs by the defense and just another 14 points. So like I said, do the math. 3 field goals, 9 points, 14 points off turnovers, 14 points off of a blocked field goal, and a turnover on downs for 28-9, 37. Okay? So 37-15, your final score. Rodgers, 24-39, 276, touchdown, 2 picks. Still hasn't cracked 300 yards passing in quite a while. Breece Hall, though, was 12 carries, 38 yards, and a touchdown from 13 yards out. But he had 6 catches for 103 yards receiving, leading the team in receiving this evening. Because half of his yardage came on one play because the Steelers couldn't tackle, and then, the Jets ended up scoring and going up. But Garrett Wilson, 5-61. Lazard, 458. Devontae Adams had 3 catches, 30 yards, but all that was in the first half. Mike Williams had a catch for 15 yards. We'll see what his future holds. Tyler Conklin, 4-7, and the touchdown in the end zone. Braylon Allen really didn't do much. He had 2 carries, 4 yards, and a catch for 2 yards. Isaiah Davis had a carry for 12 yards as well for the Jets. And then Zerline, good on his extra point, but remember his field goal was blocked. So they could have had 18 points. Russell Wilson, 16-29, 264 yards, and 2 touchdowns. One to George Pickens, the other to Van Jefferson. Najee Harris, another 100-yard game here today. 21 carries, 102 yards, and a touchdown. Jalen Warren played pretty damn good tonight. Probably his best he's played all season thus far, I think. 12 carries, 44 yards. And then Russell Wilson, 3 carries, 3 yards, and a quarterback sneak touchdown. So Russ accounted for 21 points, and they win by what, 22? Even with the turnovers and the blocked field goal and the, turnover on downs. So I said, complementary football. Offense, defense, special teams. Takes all 3 to win. And they're using all 3 and winning. So Pickens had 111 yards receiving on 5 catches and a touchdown. Freiermuth, 2-51. Calvin Austin had a big catch for 36 yards. Darnell Washington, 4-36. Van Jefferson, 2-15 in a score. Jalen Warren had 2 catches, 15 yards as well. Peyton Wilson had 10 total tackles. Deshaun Elliott, Beanie Bishop with 6. Pierre with 5. Minka Highsmith Queen with 4. Ogunjobi had a sack. They had 5 tackles for loss. Deshaun Elliott, Beanie Bishop, Joey Porter, Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi, Dante Jackson. Beanie Bishop, 2 interceptions. 1 for no yards on a return. The other almost to the house. Brought down to 1, but it was a 41-yard interception return to set up the quarterback sneak touchdown by Russell Wilson. Boswell, 3-3 on field goals and 4-4 on extra points for 13 points. Boswell had as many points as the Jets did, basically, minus the 2-point try they had. So put that into perspective for you. And Wakeman, punted okay. And now overall team stats. If it'll load, come on. I had the team stats earlier. Where are they now? That's the question. They won't load. God damn it. Let's pull it up here. Yeah, I don't know why it's not loading here. It worked earlier. Okay, here's the team stats. We'll pull it up this way. As the Steelers, I might add, beat the Jets for the first time in 8 years. They snapped 3 of the last 4 streak against the Jets. Like I said earlier, a lot of stuff that happened in 2016 is repeating itself here again in 2024, and hopefully that trend continues. 21 first downs for the Steelers to the Jets 17. They ran 11 more plays at 66 to 55. Had 409 total yards, 260 passing, 149 rushing. So the rushing is one of the differences there, because Rodgers had 269, Wilson 260, but the Jets only had 54 yards rushing. Total as a team. The Jets were 2 of 5 on third down at halftime. They finished 3 of 10. Pittsburgh was 0 of 6 at half. They finished 5 of 14, so they started to convert on third down, got the hell off the field on third down. They were 2 of 2 on fourth down, I might add, the Steelers were. What else we got? 9 total penalties, 5 against the Jets for 50 yards, 4 for 36 against the Steelers. 2 turnovers for the Jets, and then, time of possession was 32-09 to 27-51 in favor of the Steelers. So, 37-15 your final score. So we find out the final stats and scores that way. You always got to expect the unexpected. And like I said, a lot of people are probably going to be pissed the way the Steelers are playing. And, hey, that's your fucking problem. You shouldn't like whatever team you fucking like. They're winning, and they normally do. Like they're always there in the thick of it. Like that's one thing you can count on. Like all you need is a chance on at that point. But yeah, a lot of people are probably gonna be pissed. The way they're playing, the way they're winning, and if it keeps up, like a lot of people are probably gonna be pissed off. But hey, once again, your fucking problem, not mine. What else we got here? Anything in particular needs said? I don't think so. So, obviously, like Russ said, post game on the field, we'll see his press conference along with Tomlin's press conference, and see what they both have to say, along with everybody else, as always. After this game here tonight, and we'll go from there. But really, just there's still ways to go. There's still a lot left to prove. And you think they're good now, and keep it up and get healthy. Just fucking wait. I'm telling you, like this team does have potential, which we knew coming into the season. I'm not going to sit here and lie and bullshit with you now that they're 5-2. Oh, like whatever. No, like we've known this. Because even they've been this, in the past. Whether they've had good play here, good play there, so on and so forth. They're clicking on all cylinders. Seriously. I mean, everything that you should do, let alone hope to do to win, they're doing. And they're 5-2, but they should be 7 undefeated. They should. That's what pisses me off still, even with the win here tonight and last week, and the other 3 wins they had in September against the Falcons, Broncos, and Chargers start 3-0, and they lost those 2 in a row. Once again by a total of 6 points, both by 3. 27-24 at the Colts and 20-17 against the Cowboys. But because of turnovers, they're not undefeated. They're 5-2, but they're 5-2. A lot of teams would love to be 5-2 right now, probably, rather than 2-5. So, like I said, this is gonna piss off a lot of people, but let them be pissed off. Not my problem. If you're not a Steelers fan, that's your own fucking fault. So I'll leave it at that. There's really not much else to be said. They're scoring points, you know. Even though they're settling for field goals, they're scoring touchdowns now too, which is going to just tack on to the points they have. They're scoring points, folks. They scored more points than they did last week, for God's sakes. So, like I said, who knows what next week, holds. They'll host the Giants on Monday Night Football, and look to take down both New York teams in back-to-back weeks in primetime, both at home. How that happened, who knows? I have to ask the NFL schedule makers that question. But they beat the Jets tonight, 37-15, your final score, and now they'll host the New York Football Giants next week on Monday Night Football. But once again, as mentioned, I will not be watching that game live because I will not be home next Monday night. So be sure to keep an eye out for videos. But we'll watch that game shortly after. I mentioned always try my best to stay off social media, if I'm in that situation. So obviously going to try to do that next week. So whether or not I do find out if they win or lose, hopefully hoping for a win, but gonna hope to not know anything at all, for that matter. We're still gonna watch the game. It's just not gonna be live for everybody watching. They'll obviously already know, probably. It's gonna be live for me though, on like a day delay, maybe 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, whatever, maybe next week, whenever I actually do sit down and watch it. So yeah, I won't be home next Monday, but be sure to like, follow, subscribe to social media, links in the description below, and we'll watch the Steelers-Giants Monday Night Football game shortly then after, once again, as the Steelers will hope to get to 6-2. But tonight, as they get to 5-2 with a primetime home win, they beat the New York Jets 37-15, your final score. So that'll do it for myself here at Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. As always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media, links in the description below. And host everybody now next weekend and next week sometime for more Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. So the Lions going to try to stay unbeaten. The Steelers probably should be unbeaten. But hey, it's a long season. So you win some, you lose some. Obviously, they've won more than they've lost. Should have 2 less losses and 2 more wins at 7-0, not 5-2, but they're 5-2. And a big win tonight, for sure. Gonna have people talking. Quarterback situation, yeah. I'll let them talk, though. Play them both, because they've won with both. Seriously. And keep running the football, keep playing damn good defense, and rely on special teams when needed. Making teams pay for their mistakes, and just continue to play complementary football. Like I said, you think they're playing good now, just wait till they get healthy, and if they can continue to play that way down the stretch, watch out. Watch the hell out for the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers. But obviously that's then, this is now, one thing at a time. We'll get there when we get there. But they win tonight. Pittsburgh does. Steelers beat the Jets 37-15. Once again, your final score. So, as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go as they honored and celebrated the 50th anniversary of the 1974 team winning Super Bowl IX. And they showcase their old school Pittsburgh Steeler mentality in the 37-15 win against the New York Jets.